Seeing that all panel members, or most panel members are present, I hereby call the June 6, 2024 meeting of the Reading Difficulties Risk Screener Selection Panel to order at 9:06 a.m. Panel member Martinez, would you now lead us in the salute to the flag?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Member Martinez. As you may have noticed, today's meeting is at a different location than our usual meeting place at the State Board of Education room at the California Department of Education. And this is a result of that room being double booked today. We are grateful to the California Department of Public Health for hosting us in the auditorium today at 1500 Capitol Avenue in downtown Sacramento. For those of you streaming the meeting, you will know that you are also using Zoom as opposed to our regular streaming service, which is related to the change in location. So today's meeting will be a little different technically from prior meetings, and we may have to take some pauses throughout the day to the extent that we have any technical adjustments that need to be made. But we'll be flexible, and in advance, we appreciate your patience. Public comment on today's meeting agenda items may be provided during the meeting either in person by signing up on this sheet located at the back table or by dialing 669-900-6833 and then following a prompt to provide a meeting ID code, which is 885-3550-9135. Callers will also be required to provide a passcode, which is 704376. Please note that in addition to unmuting your phone, you may need to dial #6 to unmute for the Zoom live stream. Callers will then be added to a queue. The operator will notify callers when it's their turn to provide public comments. Members of the public wishing to call in for public comment should view the live stream of the meeting to know at what time public comment will occur. When it's your turn, please mute the live cast audio. When giving your public comment, please state the following: commenter's first name and last name, organization affiliation, if any, and public comment. Again, the phone number is 669-900-6833. The meeting ID code is 885-3550-9135, and the passcode is 704376. Remember that in addition to unmuting your phone, you may need to dial #6 to unmute for the Zoom live stream. For the phone number, meeting ID code, and passcode will also be posted at the start of public comment for each item. Public comment will be limited to 1 minute for each speaker. Item 6 is the general public comment item, during which members of the public may provide comment on matters that are not specifically listed on the panel's agenda. Now, item 1 is opening remarks of the chair and vice chair, and Vice Chair Guerrero has graciously ceded her time to me this month, and thank you, Vice Chair Guerrero. So I would like to note that I had the pleasure of presenting the review process at the May State Board of Education meeting, and I'm happy to report that the State Board of Education approved it. And that includes the review process, review elements, and evaluation criteria, and the evaluation rubric. One of the enthusiastic feedback from the board was the importance of an information sheet that for LEAs, districts, and schools to support their implementation. As a panel, we also talked about and also shared this sentiment. So as we advance with the review process, we'll carefully consider what should be included in the information sheet. And in the coming weeks, we'll discuss those pieces. All right, with that, we'll move on to item 2. Item 2 is the approval of the preliminary report of action draft from April 2024 meeting minutes. The draft minutes are the attachments for item 2. We'll now open the phone line for public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the telephone number and using the codes provided on the slide that is shown now. While we're waiting for any members of the public call in, do any panel members have comments or concerns, questions related to the draft minutes? Are there any public comments?
There are none.
Thank you. Do I have a motion from a panel member to approve the April 2024 RDRSSP draft preliminary report of action meeting minutes?
I motion.
I-
The minutes.
Thank you. I have a motion by Vice Chair Guerrero. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. The motion is seconded by Member Martinez. Show of hands for those in favor. Please keep your hands up until you're counted. Thank you. Motion carries. Are there any sorry, I should ask, are there any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. All right, let's move on to item 3. Item 3 is review of the statute and panel process. This is an information-only item and will be presented by Chief Deputy Executive Director of the State Board of Education, Jessica Holmes, and Jennifer Jaffel of WestEd. Ms. Holmes, whenever you're ready, feel free to begin.
Good morning, panelists. As Chair Kim said, my name is Jessica Holmes, and I'm here to present to you what has become a consistent item in each of our meetings, review of statute and panel process, except that today we're not going to be really reviewing any statute, but we are going to be talking a lot about process because we are at an inflection point in our process. So that's what we're going to be focusing on today, as well as reviewing what happened at the State Board of Education meeting in May. So that's what we're going to be talking about today. So I thought we'd start off by doing a bit of a progress check. This is a very high-level list of the deliverables that are required of the panel. As you all recall, everything stems from the statute, as well as your expertise. And over the last several months, the panel has produced a review process, which is basically our timeline of events for what's going to happen in terms of all of our work for this year. Review elements and evaluation criteria, which is really the basis for how you all are going to evaluate the applications that come in. And built off of that, off of those review elements and evaluation criteria is the rubric. And I'll talk a little bit more about these in just a moment, but these were all approved by the State Board of Education at the May State Board meeting. So a reason to celebrate. Where that brings us to today is a review of the invitation to submit package. This is the package that will be published on the Department of Education website, on the RDRSSP website. For interested parties to use to submit their screening instruments to the panel for consideration. So as a reminder, our review process has that becoming public next week on June 12th, with applications due on August 30th. So it's about to get very real. It's very exciting. But our work is not done once we get through the package. There's still quite a bit of work to do over the summer. And in preparation for applications being submitted at the end of August. So one of the things that the panel's been talking about is a screener information template. So there is a requirement in the statute that the panel provide information about the administration of each of the screening instruments that are chosen. The panel can also provide other information other than what's listed. It's pretty broad language in the statute. But the panel has been talking about this in terms of a sheet or a page or multiple pages of information to attach to each screening instrument that's approved. And so one of the things we'll be talking about over the summer is what is that going to look like? What information we want to include on that. And that's an important thing for us to recall as we're talking about the invitation to submit package today. That is something that you should be keeping in mind. What is it that you want to solicit from applicants in order to make sure that you have the information you need to complete whatever this is going to end up being. We also need to talk this summer about what it's going to look like when you do your evaluation process. So we've called this the evaluation and application review protocol. What is that going to look like? And in terms of, scoring, what is the scoring going to look like? And we've had several conversations the panel has to date. We've had a couple study sessions where we've talked about this topic. And we anticipate that's going to continue into the summer. And that at some point during the summer, we'll have a clear decision point on what that's going to look like. Once the screening instruments are submitted to the panel will have a few months to review everything and to create an approved screener list. Currently, the review process has that happening at the November panel meeting, although we do have statutorily until December to approve that list. And then using the screener information template, the panel will also be producing, filling that template out for each of the screeners and providing screener information sheets to the public. So that's the high level. We're pretty far into this process. We've done some great work so far, but still lots of good things coming for us all. So one of the things I wanted to review just briefly before we get into the real meat of the work today is what happened in the May board meeting when the SBE approved the review process, review elements, and evaluation criteria and the rubric. Chair Kim referenced this in her chair report. But there were a few changes from the versions that the panel adopted in April to the final versions that the board adopted in May. Not to the review process, there were no changes to that, but there were a few changes to the review elements and evaluation criteria. These are pretty minor clarifying changes to wording. There were more changes in the rubric itself, but these are really focused on changes in wording to clarify intent. Changes to align the rubric more closely with the statutory criteria. So there were a couple of things that were removed from the rubric because it was felt that legally they couldn't be supported by the statutory criteria. And then also some more technical changes to align the numbering in the rubric with the review elements and evaluation criteria to make it really clear how that document informed the rubric. So I'm happy to answer any questions about that, about those changes, but just did want to do a real quick overview of them just for everyone's knowledge and then for public transparency on some of the changes there. So that leads us into what we are going to be doing today, breaking things down a little bit. It's a little bit of a review of what I just said, but just to make it super clear for folks so they understand, because I know this process is pretty complex. So today we're going to review the invitation to submit package, which has been agendized for your review and potential approval. This is made up of three different parts, three different documents. So the first document is the invitation to submit. This document we'll talk a little bit more about when we get into item 4, but it was informed by both prior processes that the Department of Education has used to solicit materials from publishers for other purposes, as well as a review of processes that were done by other states to solicit screening instruments. There's also a submission form, and really, if you look at the submission form, it should look very familiar to you. It's essentially the rubric, but broken up into pieces, and the request to the publishers or to the applicants is to fill this out for you. So part of this is we want to make sure that the applicants can put their best foot forward in making their case for why their screening instrument meets the requirements of the rubric. But also it's really helpful for you as reviewers to not have to dig through all of the materials that are sent to you to try to find how the instruments meet the requirements of the rubric. And I see Member Martinez has a question. Chair Kim.
Member Martinez?
I don't know if now is the time to ask it, but I'm not sure the order of things, and you're presenting on a variety of things. And so I do have some questions about the last topic that you were talking about, which is the State Board of Ed removed some elements that we had recommended because they did not comply with the statute, and that you would give us more clarification. When are we going to get that clarification? Because I looked at, I reviewed the last State Board meeting where the presentation on this was happening, and I didn't remember seeing that. And I don't remember seeing it in any of the notes specifically.
Yeah. So why don't I get through this slide, and then I can kind of go back to that slide. Does that sound
Okay, that sounds great.
Okay, great. So the submission form, like I said, is the rubric. So folks will respond to the rubric through that. And then there's the cover sheet. And the cover sheet, like I said, we'll talk more about this in item 4, but it's really an opportunity for you all to solicit additional information that's maybe not covered by the rubric. And this can inform both your review and analysis of each of the screening instruments, but also the information that's going to go on those screener information sheets. And then, as I mentioned before, we'll do some work on that screener information template and the evaluation application review protocol in July and August. So let's go back before we move on to the next. Let's go back a slide. Let me see if I can do this correctly. There we go. So in terms of, so specifically the question was about the rubric. Is that correct? Yeah, okay. So there were in particular, I think 3 changes that were made that were related to not aligning with the excuse me, with the evaluation criteria that's laid out in the statute. So if you look under it, I don't have my references right here. Normally I have this memorized. I don't know why it's not coming to mind, but one of the subdivisions, I want to say G, I think, subdivision G in 58003, it lists out the different things that the panel is required to measure each of the instruments against. And there were a couple of pieces in the rubric that were not supported by those evaluation criteria. So there were concerns about the legal validity of that. So for example, there were in the rubric, there were references to wanting to get a sense of user feedback on the different screening instruments. So that one was struck because of those concerns. I think you'll see in what staff tried to do to capture that is if you look at the cover sheet, there is a reference to getting feedback on some of the user feedback for the panel. So that was sort of along the lines of the types of changes that were made. There was also something added that referenced accessibility for students with disabilities. And so that was another section where there was a change made because of not necessarily aligning to that evaluation criteria in the rubric, but aligning to other state and federal law related to accessibility. So that's what I meant by that statement. Is that helpful? Is that kind of the question you had? Yeah. Yeah. I can be helpful if I can be helpful in providing any additional information to panelists around sort of what those changes are. I don't necessarily have them to put up on the big screen right now, but we could talk about them more too if you find you have other questions that come up. And as we go through I'm sorry. Right. Yeah. As we go through the submission form, if things come up in that discussion too, I'm happy to kind of get into a little bit more detail there. Thank you. All right. So moving on to preparing us for the discussion today. So while in this meeting, the panel will not finalize the evaluation and application review protocol, it's really important, I think, that we ground ourselves in the prior discussions that we've had. The panel has had 2 study sessions where we've discussed scoring. Really grounding ourselves in those conversations because we're doing this a little bit in a different order. So you'll be approving the invitation to submit today, but then determining what's going to happen on that review process later. So it's important to make sure that we're keeping in mind our prior conversations as you make your decisions today, because you want to make sure that the invitation to submit reflects any potential future possible implementation decisions that you're going to make. So we're going to take a few minutes now. I'm going to turn things over to Jen Zoffel, and she's going to take you through a review of some of the prior conversations and feedback that you all provided on this topic. Okay. Hi, good morning, everyone. Jennifer Zoffel with West Ed. So you may recall at your April meeting, we had item number 7, we had a conversation around implementation. And that focused a lot on the notion of how are we scoring or how are we evaluating. So a few things that I wanted to share back were some of the things that we heard from you all. In terms of relative prioritization of the sections, when we were looking at the largest chunk, if you will, of the rubric, the panel identified that description of assessment battery, which is represented by the first 3 evaluation criteria. That's what EC stands for those who are looking at the slide. And A through C is the extent to which statements that are on the rubric. So there's 6 of those altogether on the rubric. The ones that are part of description of assessment battery were those that we heard were the top priority. Psychometrics, which is covered by evaluation criteria D. Sounds like it's only 1 because it's just D, but we all know there's a lot packed into that one. Was the second prioritization. And then the third being the items that were in communication and resources, evaluation criteria E and F. So in terms of relative sense of what folks were looking for in terms of importance, this is what we heard from the panel. Part of why I wanted to ground you in that is that the big part of the conversation we had was around that notion of what is acceptable, right? What is the minimum acceptable? So let me take a look towards that slide. So what stood out as we were listening back to the conversations is that there wasn't necessarily a point of agreement, right? We weren't moving towards consensus in that conversation. And that's a conversation that we'll pick up in the summer months so that we can kind of get into the details. But what you can see in the submost bullets here is that the different small groups had different things to say. And then by the time we got to the whole group conversation, there was additional ideas out there. So I just wanted to capture the range of ideas. So there were groups that said, really what matters most is that description of battery, the criteria A through C, those ones we need to really focus on. Whereas another group said, well, if the psychometrics aren't solid, then, this is really what matters most. Another said A through F. Another pulled out just a few pieces that they thought were most important. So the reason I put this in front of you today is just to remind you that it's a conversation started and that even the notion of, if there is to be something like a cut score or a minimal, the potential for, are we intentionally excluding, and sort of what is the mindset that the panel wants to encourage. So before we move forward, I just want to pause here to see if there's any questions or reflections that folks have before I invite us to talk about sort of potential future conversations. What are the next slide? We'll have some questions to say, what are the decisions you all want to make? How can we set ourselves up for success in July to start having these conversations to make the decisions? But any questions on what I've shared so far, other pieces of the April meeting that folks wanted to bring forward? Okay. So with that in mind, I'd love for us to have a conversation on 2 of these main points. So the first being scoring and evaluation, and the second being that protocol for review. So sort of they together, I think, equal the implementation decisions that are going to be needed. So I have thrown a few example questions based on some of the things more detailed that we heard in April. But I thought it would be helpful for the panel to think through this in terms of what would you like to see come forward for your conversations in July. So a few examples. Are we interested in a tiered approach where a minimum rank has to be reached on certain items before moving on to
evaluate the rest of the instrument. So, in terms of making some decisions about how you approach. Another one, will that kind of approach limit evaluating an instrument holistically? The holistic value of being able to really understand the full, complete package that the instrument brings forward. So are there any implementation decisions related to these questions or others? Are there other key implementation decisions that the panel wants to discuss in July? Chair Kim.
And I'll go to you. Let me ask this first, and then I'll go to Member Nissen. One quick, perhaps question, or perhaps is, what is our timeline for thinking about this, right? And action for this. So you just mentioned July, so we'll discuss it in July. But do we discuss, or are we going to think about whether some sort of action or decision is needed before we get the applications? Or can we discuss it and then continue to think about it even after we get the applications and review? That's one question.
Yeah, that's really important to clarify. Thank you. So I'm signaling July just in hopes to remind us that not at this meeting. I should really say into the summer, right? So the applications close at the end of August, right? And decisions and deliberations are going to happen in September, October, hopefully, based on the timeline we have, with preliminary decision in November. So that really does give a few months here for the panel to tangle with some of these decisions. And I think it's up to the panel's flexibility in terms of when you finalize that.
Thank you. So that means the panel can discuss whether we're going to make a decision about how we're going to approach this before the applications are due and come in, or we can actually continue thinking about it afterwards as well. Thank you, Ms. Chapo. All right, Member Nissen.
So one of the questions I have when thinking about this conversation is the idea of a weighted approach versus a holistic numbering system. Meaning, like, does each section have a particular weight in terms of the overall status of the application? And or would we have a minimum cut score for the whole piece, or would it be cut score by, like, in this area you must meet a minimum score of this, or those kinds of considerations? So thinking about how we're going to weight the decision making, what value is placed on each criteria, and that also kind of connects to that idea of the importance of each section of the document. But I think we were sort of in our small group kind of thinking about that and wondering, like, what would be the best way to approach that type of scoring, because it can be challenging to determine which things should be the most heavily weighted.
Sure. Thank you.
Member Wilson.
So one of the things, I think it was a slide before this, when there seemed to be, although there was some differences in which categories, the group did feel like in certain areas, if there was a minimal evidence, it was kind of a no-go, which would be probably more holistic than numeric, right? Because once they get a minimal in some of the priority areas, you wouldn't really need to try to figure out how to assign a numeric value, just say it's not. So I think that may be a better gatekeeper than trying to spend a lot of time on numeric values, but that's really just my first thought when I was looking at the conversation, the review of the conversation from last time.
So let me say it back and see if we've got it, if I captured correctly. The idea of sort of a go, no go, as opposed to weighted in terms of the decision making based on section or based on criteria. I think maybe that's where I wasn't sure.
I think both, but I was trying to, can you go back to the slide before where you reviewed
I can try.
the minimum? Yeah, so there were some of these where there were strong concerns about accepting minimal evidence. So if we're reviewing something and has minimal evidence in several areas right out at the gate, that may be the decision, how the decision tree works, but I just don't know. I mean, that's really my first impression, just because reviewing, it depends on the number of submissions. It can take a lot of time. So if there are some that have minimal right out the gate, it may be, behoove us to move on.
Got it. Thank you for the clarification.
Member Guerrero, Vice Chair Guerrero?
It's okay. So the other thing is, because your question was in terms of implementation, and just kind of going back with the member Wilson and member Neeson, because I was part of that group that we talked about, is I agree that we've already established that section A through Z is like one of the most, I would say, the core of the rubric. And so we have to weed them out. So that's a good approach to do it. But the other thing about regarding going back to implementation is we can have a discussion and we can talk about it and we can establish a certain criteria to help us go forward. But we really are probably going to be changing a lot of what we do when we start really looking to submission packets, because talking about it and having a actual packet in front of us and kind of seeing all the different pieces, we'll have to, I think, at that point also reassess how we're doing it. And so I've always been of the, like an we do situation where we all work on ones together. So we all have the same level of understanding and the same level of how we're going to approach the rubric. So we're all uniform in that sense. I mean, approach the packets. So I guess for me, it's, we can talk about this over the summer, but until we actually implement it, we might not have a sense. So I know that as we move forward with implementation and calibration and all the other conversations we're to have, which are very good conversations to have in the summer as we wait for people to submit the packets, I think maybe the September meeting has to be us working together, and I know it has to be done in the public, but taking one of these packets, and I don't know if we can do that legally, but take one of these packets and basically break it apart and decide how we're going to do it. How are we going to divide it into teams, or we're all going to see the same packet at the same time? But to me, those are like the type of implementation questions. But I do agree with Wilson and Neeson about being able to take some out from the get-go because they didn't meet, for example, that battery section, because I think that's a really meaty section that really needs to be addressed.
Thank you.
Member Martinez?
So I have a question. I'm not sure if it's going to take us, well, I mean, it's on a different topic, but it's related to both aspects of this, that it is like new. But it is a result of watching the State Board of Education meeting and hearing some of the concerns that were raised, and one that I was actually not aware of related to statute, and it's omission, I guess, in statute, which is about the cost of these and about who bears that cost. And that I didn't recognize in this whole process that it was the LEAs that are going to be bearing this cost. That has significant implications for special populations when a district has to choose and has limited resources. And so I'm wondering what we are going to be doing about that, or what we're going to be able to recommend, I guess, about that, because that is a very big concern of mine.
Thank you. And one of the things that we'll notice in item 4 is cost is one of the things that we call out in the cover sheet. But right now, cover sheet is not evaluation in the same way rubric is, right? So definitely part of the conversation, but question of how that weighs in on the panel's decision hasn't been brought forward yet.
Okay, so
Vice Chair Guerrero?
So basically, right now, the focus is implementation of the rubric, because then we're going to have a conversation about the implementation of the actual packets that have been recommended, or publishers that have been recommended, because that's a whole different thing. That goes with cost, though, because or is it something we can address? Because the reality is, how tedious is it to give the assessment? How much, what's the manpower? Because that also goes into cost, because if they have to get subs to cover the teachers, that's an absolute cost. If they're thinking of doing this screener without providing subs for the teachers, I don't agree with that, but I know we can't make districts do stuff. Well, I can't, school board maybe. I mean, the state board can. But that's something that has to be taken into consideration for the implementation of it, because if it's a test that takes 10 hours per kid, it's not gonna do it, because people are gonna start looking for shortcuts.
And
So,
some of that does touch into statute, right, in terms of the requirement to be brief. So in some ways, there are elements of the rubric that do speak to administration. Chair Kim, I saw you were.
So, some of those important pieces are really the things that we want to talk about when we discuss information sheet for implementation. So regarding assessment package.
true, but we also have to keep the reality in mind too, when you're looking at something, like if they say on the cover sheet, oh, it takes this much hours, or per student, is it a group assessment, is it an individual assessment? It's not in the, well, there's an administration section on the rubric, but that's something that maybe we can also talk about.
Mhm.
Okay.
So how I've captured it here for today's conversation is the notion of cost, especially as it impacts special populations, as well as other impacts on LEAs. Mhm. So the second half of this slide has some questions or decisions related to the protocol for review. So again, these are just some sample questions. There may be other questions that you all have in mind. How will we distribute applications across the panel? Will panelists specialize in reviewing one area of the submission form or rubric? Or will folks review across all sections? So really just sort of getting into the how piece of it. And then another thing that's already come up a few times today, how will we highlight information on an instrument that would be valuable to share with LEAs to inform their decision regarding which approved instrument to use, right? Assuming that there are potentially multiple that are approved, how does an LEA determine? And that information sheet that the state board referenced and emphasized is where we imagine much of that information to land. But as you all are going through, if there's something that strikes you as particularly useful for an LEA, how would you capture that? How would you underscore that so that we can make sure to efficiently move that information over? So these are a few things that came to mind. Other thoughts related to the protocol for reviewing that folks want to bring forward in terms of decisions you'd like to make in the next few months? I believe in a lot of wait time, but I think we've waited. Yes, Vice Chair Guerrero.
Vice Chair Guerrero?
All right, so just to go back to that first question about distributed applications. Again, I think this is a very important conversation to have over the summer amongst us. I still think we should have where we do some together to calibrate, and then we can divide into different sections, because I think, or how are we, okay, here's the other question. How are we going to then come together and talk about the different sections and then make a decision? Because I think in order to really approve something, all eyes have to be on it. And because it's great when, say, for example, in education, they do a lot of jigsaws reporting out. So you have, this section A, B, and C, and they all report out. And then from that, I'm really good at my section B because I looked at it, I reviewed it, but I'm only going to hear A and C. And from there, I need to then agree or disagree whether we're going to continue with looking, or whether we're going to promote or recommend a product. And I don't know, I don't feel quite comfortable doing it that way. Maybe because that's just my style of just getting involved in all the sections, but I know it's time consuming. I understand the reality, but this is kind of a big deal, and I know a lot of districts are kind of waiting to hear what we're gonna say, so I wouldn't feel comfortable making a decision where I'm only exposed to one section. But that's, I guess, a personal comment then, but I just was curious what other people were thinking about that.
You see Chair Kim and Alice Wilson.
Are you looking for thoughts about this now? Are you asking panel members to share our thoughts about this now? Or are you asking us whether there are additional pieces or questions that we should consider in future meetings?
Yeah, what are the key topics or decisions that need to be considered in the future? So I think from what I just heard, calibration and how the calibration process will work is a question that we would add to the future.
Okay, so if that's the case, I would ask that staff actually to think about some options to get us started, our discussion. I think that will be definitely, that does not mean members will not be able to share thoughts, right? But I think to help panelists to start thinking about and think about what's possible so think about some options and present that and then get us started. That would be my suggestion for our future meetings.
Great, thank you. And I should reinforce by saying that all of these approaches are based on prior experiences that CDE and others have had with invitations to submit, et cetera. So absolutely, we'll bring something forward. Alice Wilson?
Member Wilson.
Well, it was helpful for me, Chair Kim, that you asked that question, because I was unclear what are we giving feedback on this process, or are we giving answers to the questions? One thing that I would say along the lines of, if you're offering some options, is that to support Vice Chair Guerrero's point, is that the panel brings different lenses. And I think no matter how, if we did jigsaw it, we would need to jigsaw it with a variety of lenses, because so far when we have done small group discussion, it has been more with similar skill areas, which means we haven't had that cross collaboration that would be really important in this work. So I like the idea of you bringing some options to us. I think that's helpful. I do lean towards the idea of having some calibration opportunities, though.
Thank you. Okay, I think seeing no other topics or decisions that you want to bring forward, we'll come back to you with a few ways to engage in some of these topics we've heard already. So thank you. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and open for public comment.
All right, thank you, Ms. Holmes and Ms. Chappell. Public comments. We'll now open the phone line for public comments. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the telephone number and using the codes provided on the slide that is shown now. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
There are none.
Thank you. Is there anyone waiting to provide public comment on the phone line?
There are none.
Thank you very much. This concludes this information item. All right, for item 4, we'll be reviewing and discussing the invitation to submit package. Members, please note that this is an information item and we're not participating any taking actions in item 4, but we'll be revisiting the documents discussed during this item for vote in item 5. This item will be broken up into multiple sections, and depending on timing, we will likely take a break and pause for lunch during this item. The first part of this item will be an overview of the package presented by Jennifer Zappel from WestEd, followed by multiple group discussions and 2 study sessions to allow the panel to thoroughly analyze and consider the package. Now, item 4 is very busy, so without further ado, Ms. Zappel, go ahead.
Thank you. So first, we just want to orient you to the pieces that exist within this the invitation to submit package. All of the items that you see here were also posted publicly. So the invitation to submit is identified as addendum 1 for item 4. The submission form itself is addendum 3, and the cover sheet is addendum 2. We're also going to be talking about additional materials, which really will end up impacting addendum 1. If there are additional materials that we want requested, that will become a part of the written invitation to submit. So I just want to make sure that panelists and the public have access to all of those items before we get into the details. Ms. Holmes gave an overview briefly of this before, but just to be clear, the addendum 1, invitation to submit, is sort of the detailed information that an applicant would use to move through and figure out what materials the panel is looking for. The submission form is in essence the rubric broken down where we ask an applicant to provide a narrative and evidence to support each of those sections of the rubric. And the cover sheet is broken down, we'll see in a couple slides, broken down into a few sections to collect other information that's not necessarily on the rubric. So let's go ahead and take a look at the timeline to make sure that this is also in our minds as we move forward. So after this meeting, staff will have a quick turnaround with the goal to open that invitation to submit on June 12th. We will be hosting an applicant webinar, and that'll be an opportunity for applicants to have questions asked about the application process. The question deadline will be August 9th so that we have time to respond to all of those and get them posted for applicants to be able to review. And then the deadline for submission of screening instruments is going to be August 30th at 5 p.m. So gives a quick summer timeline to try to get these materials in. The panel will review the submitted materials September and October, and final determination of the approved screeners we're hoping will be between November and December. Any questions on the timeline before I move forward? Okay. So in looking at the information, the invitation to submit addendum 1, there are a number of sections. And on this slide are those that we are suggesting we don't dive into today. These are the ones that are technical or legal. Purpose and background, for example, much of that comes from the statute, right? So this is sort of an opportunity for the panel to look at these, acknowledge these. If there's any significant things that you want to pull from this, we certainly can. But what we do think, what we're recommending for panel input are these sections. The applicant webinar, the review protocol, the schedule of events, the evaluation process, submission form, cover sheet, and additional materials. And let me show you what we think that would look like broken down. We envision that we can cover via whole group discussion, the webinar, the review protocol and schedule of events, and the evaluation process. And then via study session, we hope to break you into 2 groups this time, so approximately in half. We won't have 4.5 panelists. We'll have one group of 4 and one group of 5 to discuss the submission form and additional materials. Depending how timing is, we may break for lunch, or we may do the report out before lunch, just depending how quickly that goes. And then study session 2 would be dedicated to the cover sheet solely. The reason why we're putting the submission form and the additional materials together is because much of the submission form is the already approved rubric. And so there may be some format suggestions that you all have, but we imagine it's not going to be as complex in terms of feedback, whereas the cover sheet is something new that you all haven't seen or had an opportunity to weigh in on. So I wanted to give a bit more time to that. So this is our sort of plan for the day, with the assumption that these topics are what the group wants to review altogether. So before we jump into any whole group conversation on these, I think we should pause just to check in on that notion.
Member Martinez.
Sorry, but I do have a question about the items that are off the table.
can bring that slide back up.
And it really is just a, then clarification about the legality piece, because I'm having trouble interpreting, authority here. So it has to do with, the cancellation and or modification section, verbiage in there and its relationship to, the RD, and to this panel's kind of discretion. So the third bullet in the cancellation and or modification section says that it's the State Board of Ed and the staff's responsibility that they reserve the right to do these three things. And the third thing is to recommend to the panel that they reject any or all submission packets received in response to this. But in the purpose section, it says that all decisions regarding whether to approve a particular screening instrument are entirely within the discretion of the panel. And so I don't know how to interpret those.
Hi there, Jessica Holmes, State Board of Education. First, I've been asked by our helpful support staff, if everyone could please speak very clearly into their microphone. We're hearing that folks are having a hard time hearing some members over the phone. So sorry, I will answer your question too, but just wanted to remind everyone to speak very clearly into their mics. So it's an interesting question, Member Martinez, because statutorily, the RDRSSP is a body that sits under the State Board of Education. But there is a split in the authority, statutory authority. So as you all know, the board has authority over the evaluation criteria, has authority over the rubric as it's related to the evaluation criteria, and approving those pieces. The board also has authority over the panel itself. But the panel has authority to determine who makes it to the list and who doesn't. And so I think what you're seeing in that language is that sort of split in the authority. So the authority to select is with the panel. But to the extent that there are like legal issues, something comes up with the process that no one anticipated, and the process needs to be shut down or reconstituted, that authority lies with the board. And so that I think is the dynamic that is trying to be expressed in those different sections of the invitation to submit process. To the extent that there were to be a disagreement between the parties, we would certainly seek legal counsel to help determine what authority takes precedence in that case. But the reality is that both entities have a certain amount of legal authority from the statute, and that's what's trying to be expressed there. Thank you.
I'm going to leave this slide up for a moment just to see if there are other sections that anyone wanted to clarify before we move into our discussion. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and move us forward to our whole group discussion. So first we want to start with the applicant webinar. I want to assure you that the staff will be building this process off of processes that SBE and CDE have used in the past. So we do have sort of an overall notion of what needs to be included to make sure that applicants have a fair and open opportunity to ask questions. And we also wanted to give the panel an opportunity, because you all haven't spoken about this directly, if there are any thoughts that you have about either the objectives or the content of the applicant webinar. If there's anything that you wanted to ensure is covered, we'll be busy planning that before we see you all again. So now would be a good time for you to share any thoughts that you have on the applicant webinar.
Member Wilson, Mason, sorry, pardon me.
That's okay, they're close in the alphabet. So in terms of the objectives of the public webinar, I feel like it would be very important for applicants for this process to understand, obviously the statute, but also the intention of the elements of the battery. So understanding that, you know, that idea of may include specific pieces, and then also providing the technical assistance around what the criteria looks like and what the rubric includes. So sort of an overall summary of those pieces, I think, would be really important for applicants to understand. That's just my first thought.
Great, thank you. So including just some basic information in terms of the statute, in terms of what we're looking for in the battery, and just general TA to sort of support and make sure they have an understanding of what we're looking for based on the materials the panels put forward. Absolutely.
Now, Member Wilson.
I don't see the criteria elements listed up there, and I may be missing them, but I don't see them as part of the webinar. Are they going to be part of the webinar?
They will be, yes.
Okay, yeah, because the rubric's listed, but not the elements.
Yes, so ensuring that not only the rubric, but also the review elements document, the full packet of what was approved by the panel will be in there.
Yeah, and also I agree about the summary of the Senate bill language would be helpful so it's like a one-stop shop for all the pieces that are under consideration.
Thank you. Okay. Oh,
Do you have plans to provide, sorry, that's probably too loud. Do you have plans to provide the applicants with any student demographic information, especially about this core population, so that they have a sense of the diversity of the population and the characteristics of the population?
I'm going to defer that question to our CDE-SBE folks around sharing demographics, because I'm not sure how they've hosted webinars in the past, so I don't want to misspeak in terms of what information's available for that. Okay, so we can look into doing that if it's important to the panel, if the panel would like us to do so.
Member Wilson,
I think that would be really helpful for people submitting who aren't familiar with California's demographics, just number of students, number of English learner students, top languages, some of the diversity, just high level snapshot of California would be probably really helpful.
I caught the last two that you said, the number of English language students and the top languages spoken, but I think there's something else that you called out in particular.
I just said that just anything that would highlight the diversity of California's demographics might be helpful to someone submitting.
she mentioned, for example, languages that are top languages that are, I guess, spoken most frequently here. Member Martinez.
With an emphasis on the K2 population. So it doesn't need to be the whole, but this specific population.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Guerrero.
Let O'Brien go. Sorry.
Member O'Brien.
Yes, I have a question. In terms of providing this information to the applicants, it might be helpful for them to understand the types of programs that we have, dual language, one-way bilingual. Because if they're from out of state, they might not understand how students are instructed.
Thank you.
Member Guerrero, Vice Chair Guerrero.
It's okay. All right. So question, I just really clarifying question for O'Brien. would would key terminology be a good thing then to add? Because there's so many programs. And so many, I guess, acronyms that we use here in California. Would it be a good idea to include a list of like terminology in terms of what the different programs are or the different names we have? I say this because I just attended the CTA State Council and I'm on the Language Acquisition Committee, and we just actually put out a pamphlet with like key terminology on just all the different types of language, like ELs, multilingual, and a quick definition of each one. And I don't know if that would be something that we could provide to people from out of state, so they have a sense of what is it, a sense of knowledge of what we expect from California. I mean, what do you think? I mean, would that make sense to anybody? Would that be a good thing? That's a good question though, but I don't know what people, I mean, we could do that. And we actually, like I say, CTA, and I don't know if we're allowed to use CTA stuff, but we have a pretty nifty little quick, it's not like 30 words, it's like maybe 10, 12 words.
Member Neeson.
I'm curious as to what the purpose of defining the programs would be in this context in the webinar, because it's a screening tool meant for students, especially the incoming kindergarten students. I'm wondering what would be the purpose of including those programs? I just don't see the connection. I'm wondering.
So the
Go.
So the goal of webinar, according to my understanding, is really to make clear about the goal, right, of the, I guess, this RDRS screener, and really review process and answer any questions that they may have, right? So with that in mind, we should think about really streamlining information that might be helpful for them. And I think that's what you're raising, right? So, for example, this question or this information, will that be really key to this review process for applicants? Member Ryan?
That's why I posted as a question, but the thinking is because these students will be learning to read perhaps in another language. So if I'm an English speaker and I'm in a dual language program, I'm going to be, that's 90-10, for example, I'm going to be instructed in Spanish. So that might have implications as to how I develop my skills.
So I think the question to the panel would be for applicants, right? For folks who are putting forward these screeners, how, what information would be valuable for them to know about those programs in order to prepare their submission forms?
Can you repeat your question or your idea of the question?
Sure. The notion that if the webinar's audience is the applicants, what elements of knowing about the program are useful for them to keep in mind as they're completing their submission forms, the applicant submission forms. And I think from what I'm hearing, really the language piece and the predominant language is what's most important. And I think that that's likely covered in the demographic information that was referenced earlier. But if there's other elements of the program that would help inform applicants, applicants who are putting forward their screening instruments, that would be helpful to hear.
Because I think, and I might be wrong, but it's not about the test itself, but in the instructions as to who will take this test and in what language or both languages. That's applicable.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Guerrero?
Along those lines also would be at what stage did they administer these tests? Because we did talk, I don't remember what meeting ago, about especially the little kids, the kinder kids, giving them a 6-month grace period to learn the language before we would actually implement the screener. Because they're learning school and we're assuming that students went to TK, but that's not the case, always. And it would be a good thing to wait. So along those lines, what Member O'Brien is saying is that would be a good piece of information to know too.
I think
But-
that
Okay, question, but would this be included in the cover letter or is this just questions that they would add, that they would propose, they may pose, and then our side needs to be ready to address those?
So for the webinar itself, it's sort of what packet of information do we want to make available to them as applicants? So what I'm hearing is sort of the importance and the value of applicants understanding the lived experience of California students. What are the languages that they're speaking? If they're coming in, potentially not having gone to transitional kinder, what's the impact of administration? That these are the kinds of questions that the panel has. And if the applicants have information about that to provide, that's valuable to include.
Okay.
So I think it's more about letting applicants know what the panel is concerned with. And I think I saw.
Member Martinez?
Yeah, I feel like related to this is this underlying issue around bilingual education and these universal screeners. And what is the state's kind of interest here and what are our district's needs? And so if there's a way just to similar to the demographics piece where you highlight this is the demographics because the language is spoken, that the state has an interest in promoting bilingualism, multilingualism. So the extent to which these then applicants can provide information about how their assessments then support that would be helpful.
Thank you. I think we could move to the next section, which is about the review protocol and the schedule of events. So if you are looking at your addendum 1, there's a section called review protocol, schedule events as a part of that. And what we're looking for here is the language in the ITS. Does it convey enough information to applicants regarding the steps and the timing of the review process, while still affording the panel the flexibility and time to determine the details? So this goes a little bit to the point we were making before around, we want to know what the path is, but we may need to readjust based on, what we see. So we want to be sure that we're being fair to applicants, that we're giving them enough information, and fair to the panel that we give you enough flexibility to sort of maximize your review. So maybe if you take a moment to look at those 2 sections in your ITS, addendum 1. No worries. Addendum 1. I'm seeing a few hands go up, so I think I saw Member Wilson first.
Member Wilson?
I think it's clear. I have a question about process, just because when I see the deliberations September and October, depending on the number of submissions, that could be kind of an aggressive timeline, but I'm not sure how the process works. I have been on the instructional materials advisory panel where members review the materials on their own time and then the discussion happens in the meeting. I guess I need to know what this, is that what this process is going to be? Or are we actually looking at the materials altogether cold? That's worries me about the 2 meeting schedule. So I just think I need to understand that a little better before I'm sure that this works.
So our best guess is that materials will be sent in advance to panelists individually, right? Because of Bagley-Keene, we have to be very cautious about doing any sort of serial meeting, so that individually you would receive them and have opportunity to review them, so that when you come into the public meeting space, you can discuss them openly. So there would be a potential review period for individuals, markup, right, whatever it is, and then come in and have the conversation in the public meeting format.
Thank you. That's similar to the instructional materials process. I just wasn't sure how this was going to work.
Thank you, Member Grasso.
Yeah, I agree. I think the table looks good. My only suggestion would be, you know, how like sometimes there's like a disclaimer where instead of like schedule events, it says like proposed or estimated schedule events and like tentative. Yeah, something like that.
Thank you, Member Martinez.
Yeah, it may be covered here, but typically there's an appeals timeline. And there is some comments in the November section that it's anticipated that the applicants will have the ability to address the panel's recommendations. I don't know if that's what's meant there, but I just wanted to flag that if you anticipate there being similarly an appeals process that could happen.
Yeah, I think we've had a few conversations regarding appeals, but let's defer to Ms. Holmes from SBE.
Hi there. So what the process that we're anticipating will happen is similar to the process that happens, for example, on instructional materials adoptions. So because the process that we are going to be using to do the evaluation is a very public process, there will be opportunities for applicants to provide public comment during the meetings at which the evaluations are happening. And so that will essentially provide, because we're proposing that the panel post a preliminary list of recommended screeners. And then at the November meeting, there'll be an opportunity for public comment for the panelists to consider in terms of making any changes for the final list. That will constitute the opportunity for the public to weigh in. However, we are not proposing to have an additional formal appeals process. There are some legalities around appeals in general that I am definitely not qualified to speak to. But because of the way that we're doing this process, it's not really appropriate, I think, in this particular case.
Vice Chair Guerrero.
I have a question regarding the schedule of events. I thought that we would have here it says September 20th, the meeting, it's deliberations, October 18 deliberations. I thought we would also have deliberations on the November 18th. And I know that the goal of that meeting will be to have potentially a recommendation. But I thought the whole reason we rescheduled or we reshuffled some of the meetings was to actually have 3 meetings to do deliberations. And because I do agree that 2 meetings is cutting it very short, especially if we're not allowed to kind of have meetings in between to kind of talk about that. Not allowed, I mean, it's just not scheduled. So yes, I have a question about why it doesn't say deliberations for November 18th.
So that's certainly something that we can, this is all within your purview to make changes to. there will have to be some kind of posting for November to give folks an opportunity to comment, just like we have to post our agendas for all of our other panel meetings. That doesn't mean that the panel can't deliberate. It's also possible that the panel would choose to make the final decisions at the December panel meeting. We can also do that. So there was extra time built in specifically in case needed. So I think that that's part of it, that's sort of what we're here talking to you all about and trying to get a sense. Nothing, the panel can decide what's in its agenda, up to 10 days prior to the meeting itself. There are some things around the review process, which has been adopted by the board, that if there are changes to that, we may need board approval. But in terms of the statutory limitations, the statutory requirement is that the panel create a list of screeners by December 31st of this calendar year. So there is some flexibility there. And the review or the schedule of events that's in this invitation to submit package is again what we're talking about here. We can certainly add deliberation to November. That's the feedback from the panel, or look at more broad review process changes if that's the will of the panel. It's really up to you.
Can I ask a follow-up question? So we can decide that we want to make November a deliberation as long as we stick to having the recommendation by December.
Yeah, so for purposes of providing, yes. The answer to your question is yes.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
So, and that's something the earlier we establish that, the better for everybody, or because I wouldn't want to go up to October 18th and say, oh, now we need to deliberate on November. But if it's something that, I guess the panel, how you guys would feel about having a third meeting to deliberate, knowing that we have to have an answer by that, there's no like kidding around by December 16th. At the end of that meeting, we would have to have a decision. I just feel that 2 meetings is not enough. I think the longer, I wouldn't want to feel rushed as in a personal level over something that's so important. And it's going to impact, it may impact every district in the state. So I would like to propose, and I don't know the process of how this would work, for us to have November also be a deliberation meeting. And then it could be half and half, or it could be half, well, no, because I was thinking, sorry, I'm thinking out loud, a deliberation, half a deliberation, and then have comments. Would that be possible? Because I know you guys have, something like you said, there has to be an area for people to comment.
So I think one thing to keep, there's a couple things I think to keep in mind that may be helpful in terms of your discussion of this particular topic. So one is the board has approved the review process, which shows that the panel will be providing a final list in November. So we may need to bring that back to the board. And so that's one thing to keep in mind, because we will be posting this next week. And so perhaps, we would want to signal in the invitation to submit. And I think we do say in there, I can't recall for sure, but that the final schedule of events is subject to changes as approved by the State Board of Education and the panel. So that may be one way of, we add the word deliberation to November. We also make sure that we clarify that this schedule of events could change at any time. And then to the extent we want to seek an additional meeting, we can figure out if that's something that we need to take back to the board. So that's sort of one set of options. The other thing that I want to make sure folks are clear on, this is such a this public evaluation public evaluation. Okay, go away. Sorry about that. Can you, oh, no. My apologies. Okay. There we go. Accidentally knocked on the mouse. The other thing to keep in mind is that while the conversation about the applications will happen publicly, That does not mean that you are not able to review the applications on your own privately. And so we do anticipate that a good amount of the actual evaluation and work will be done individually by members, but the conversation about them can only happen because of Bagley-Keene publicly. Now, that doesn't mean that you won't still want to have 3 meetings, but I did just want to make that clear for folks in case there was any concern that all of the individual review and discussion had to happen at these meetings. Just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Member Houston.
I guess I just have a question about the deliberation process. Does that mean that we have to discuss each applicant as a whole group, or are we able to break into smaller groups for our deliberations? Because would that potentially speed up the process if there are a large number of applicants, or what might that look like?
Yeah, so that's part of what we will be discussing this summer about how you all want that to happen. You know, it could be that you choose to talk about each application as a full group. It could be that you choose to talk about them in small groups and then bring them to the full group. There are lots of different iterations. There's no one right way to do it. So I think that's really up to you all. And I think that will be informed too by your answers to the questions that we brought forward earlier today around things like, do we all want to score every section, or break it into pieces and have some people look at some parts and others at others? So some of these things are really going to be dependent upon, you know, the questions kind of lead into each other, but what you decide you want to do for your protocol.
Member Grappling.
While we're looking at the schedule and particularly in discussion of the importance of these deliberations meetings, I did want to anticipate that October meeting might have conflicts, or at least several panel members might have conflicts with their ability to attend, at least in person, that October meeting because of the proximity to a conference in North Carolina that I would anticipate many panel members were wanting to go to. So with the importance of that meeting and the possibility that members may not be able to attend, or multiple members wishing to attend over Zoom, I just wanted to make sure that that date was highlighted.
Member Martinez.
Yeah, I really appreciate your suggestion, Jessica, that we, and I hope we can explore it, that we consider how we might provide some flexibility here in the schedule and say this is subject to change, because I think us having these deliberations in person is really important. But I also want to recognize, you know, that there's these other, we have other obligations, important obligations. So, so if there is a way for us to have a little bit of flexibility here, acknowledging that.
I think it's very reasonable and actually advisable to include language that states that the schedule of events is subject to change pending action by either the panel or the State Board of Education. So we can definitely add that language in. We can certainly indicate, Member Guerrero, that that the November will be open for deliberation. To your prior question about, you know, can we do half and half? And all of these meetings and these agendas are really intended to be set up in a way that allows you to get the work done. So it may also be that we want to make that decision a little bit closer to the time, just kind of seeing how the process is going at our September and October meetings, just to kind of see what it is that we need to do. So there are lots of different potential possible iterations. The schedule of events in this document is really just intended to give people a sense of like, what can I expect in terms of timing? But folks who are applying should understand, and we'll make that clear in the language, that because, you know, because of you have ultimate authority over the process, that can change if you all decide that it needs to change. And one more thing I'd like to clarify to Member Gravelin's question. Your bylaws state that your chair and vice chair can change meeting dates to the extent that those meeting dates don't work for folks, as we did for this meeting today. I will note, though, that it is extremely difficult to get all 9 of you together in the same place on the same day. So to the extent that there are concerns about potential conflicts, It's really helpful if folks let staff know as soon as possible so we can take into account all the numbers that could be impacted for the chair and the vice chair to consider for meeting date changes. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any further comments on review protocol or schedule of events in addendum 1? So if you look just a little further down that page, you'll find the evaluation process. And the question there is fairly similar. Does the language in the ITS together with the rubric, right? Keep in mind that the rubric is a vital part of the evaluation process. Does the language in the ITS together with the rubric convey enough information to applicants regarding the evaluation of their instruments while still affording the panel flexibility and time to determine the details? So if you give that a read at the bottom of page 6. I see a few hands already.
Member Wilson, and then we'll go to Graveling.
I think it does. The only suggestion I might have is to add to the appendices, the Senate bill language. So a link to the Senate bill language might be helpful. Everything else I see as one of the appendices, so.
Thank you.
Member Graveling.
I'm noticing that in the evaluation process, it has this statement that each panelist will assign a rating of strong, moderate, or minimal, when to my knowledge, we haven't agreed upon that as our evaluation process yet.
Yeah, I had the same question. Can we just strike that piece, or can we clarify that we are independently going to be evaluating them? And then upon
Yeah,
completion.
suggestion would be to include it and put the word may. Each panelist may assign instead of will assign, to give a sense of what direction we might be headed, but again, it's up to the panel to determine. Want to make sure we would give you all the flexibility you need.
All right, any reactions? Member Wilson?
Well, rather than may, maybe you could just take out the word each. So it just say panelists will, then it doesn't say that all of them will.
Reactions?
Graveling?
Or have kind of a passive voice statement that, will be assigned, like each section will be assigned rather than
Each
determining the
application.
subject who will do the assigning.
So there were a few different options out there and I saw head nods on all of them. So Chair, Kim, if you could help bring us to some conclusion.
So I
here.
think the last one was, right, each application will be assigned. That was one option. Another option was yours, Ms. Zoppel, right, including each panelist may assign. And there was another option, I think it just panelists will assign. So I heard 3 options. Member Martinez,
I like the last the best. I feel like it's a
the
all-
last, which means
all applicants will be assigned, or all applications will be
applications
assigned
will be assigned.
rating of strong, moderate, or minimal evidence on each evidence statement.
Any thoughts, Member Grasso?
Yeah, I think it does need a little reworking. My only comment would be, since we haven't decided if there's gonna be like a tiered process, like, do we know that we're actually going to assign each of these? Like, for example, if it's tiered and we're only looking at, I don't know, A, B, C, and we say, okay, they don't meet the criteria in A, B, or C, are we actually going to then evaluate all of the other categories? So hopefully I said that in a way that makes sense. So I would lean towards actually just removing that sentence.
Okay, Member Newsom.
Well, I don't think we should remove the sentence because it gives the applicant some sense of security knowing that their application will be rated in some way. So perhaps it could be just simplified to say all applications will be evaluated by the panel, or in some sort of more generic language. Because we don't want to take out that they're going to be, because we are going to be rating them. It's just a matter of how that occurs. So my suggestion would be to simplify the language.
So if we simplify that, I think we should just indicate using the approved evaluation rubric, because the evaluation rubric has each evidence statement and it has a rating of strong, moderate, minimal. Right? So we're not specifying all this, but we are actually saying that we're going to use the evaluation rubric.
So maybe I
It
misunderstood
does say that
that.
in the prior sentence, just to clarify.
Oh, that's true. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I was thought Member Grasso just meant to remove the sentence for each evidence statement up to the after minimal evidence period. So if we just didn't have that sentence in there, it would say, we'll use the rubric and upon completion, the panelists will discuss rubric rating. So I think that would be clean.
Perhaps I misunderstood. Thank you.
Thank you. So, any reactions to that? The suggestion here, do we need to vote here? No, right? So, the suggestion is removal of that sentence. Any opposition? Member Ryan, please.
Can this sentence be kept and just say that for each evidence statement in the rubric, a rating of strong, moderate, or minimal evidence will be assigned? Just put it in the passage.
So I think the concern that we heard regarding that would be that if the panel chooses a tiered approach, that each might not be appropriate. That there may be only a portion that are evaluated if something doesn't pass.
No, I'm saying remove each panelist and just put that for each statement in the rubric, a rating will be assigned of blah, 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 blah.
Panelist Wilson and then.
So, yeah, but what we said is that if we use a tiered approach, we won't even be doing each statement.
Oh, I
So
see.
if we just remove that sentence, it's clear that we're using the rubric and that they will be discussed, and maybe less is more.
Okay, I have a follow-up question then, because we will be receiving these submission forms, and each of us will be reviewing them, correct? So when we come to the group, we've already looked at them, and so
Yeah, what the group hasn't determined yet is if each panelist will review each statement for each applicant. I think I got that right.
Yeah. Which is.
Member Grasso, you had your hand up, or is it covered?
Member.
Uh,
Vice Chair Guerrero.
Anyway, panelist Wilson covered my.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So I agree with the removal of the sentence, because I think, going back to what Member Neeson said about, we will have a rubric, we'll have some information on the rubric that we did look at the instruments, but I don't think we need, so there'll be parts, like for example, if we look at A, B, and C, or sections 1, 2, 3, we determined that we're not going to move forward with continuing the other sections just because they didn't meet the minimum requirements, then we still will have evidence that we did look at A, B, and C, and then that we just deemed that it didn't meet the minimum requirement. So they will be evidence that they were looked at, but I don't like I just agree with removing it. First of all, I think it sounds better. It's not precise, but it does say we're using the rubric and then we'll give information on the rubric. And I do have concerns about the independent part, but I know we're not there yet. So that's my 2 cents.
I think I'm hearing that it does not bind us. This tell, if we include, if we take it out, it does not bind us, right? So we're a little bit more flexible by taking that out.
So I think at this stage, I'm gonna note that we are striking it. We don't
Okay.
vote on this until item 5. So if it comes up throughout the day and you all make a change, then in item 5, you'll let us know.
Sounds great. I have one quick clarification question. On the sentence that states based solely on the responses and evidence, right? That part?
Yes.
I'm just curious, so the responses and evidence that means the additional materials that we're gonna discuss.
Potentially. So just as a reminder, the submission form says narrative and evidence. So it may be evidence that they put directly on that form, on that submission form, or it may be part of the additional materials, yes. So it's kind of a both.
Okay, so if that's the case, will we be using the word additional materials in the review, in the application somewhere?
So I believe it is on the. Hold on 1 second. This is one of the ones that we're diving into in the study session, so I want to make sure I capture it correctly. 1 second. So I'm double checking the instructions that are on the submission form. And it doesn't reference the additional materials there. It does not. Just in case that wasn't clear.
So then the reason why I'm asking is because it says based solely on the responses and evidence, right? So then we want to be clear as a panel about what we are looking for, as well as the applicant, the vendors want to be clear about what will be evaluated. So I think there are 2 pieces. One is using, like, clarifying what evidence means, or whether we mean that, by that additional materials, and then just use that consistently throughout the document. Member Neeson.
Well, I think there's 2 pieces to consider. Additional materials may be evidence, but evidence may also be within the rubric, so I don't think we can replace those 2 terms interchangeably. So for example, an applicant may have a narrative that states something that actually says, this is my evidence of blah, 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 but then they also may reference like an appendix or some other document that they may attach in the additional materials. So I think it's important to understand that additional materials may be considered as part of the evidence, but I don't think we can interchange the terms evidence and additional materials, because it could be in both places. I also think, just as a side note, we should clarify what additional materials may be considered in the webinar, because that's something we didn't talk about either. They're going to need to know that they may be able to include things like, charts that show age appropriateness, or they might want to include some sort of tables to determine, scoring on the assessments, those kinds of things as part of their evidence that may not fit within a narrative scope. So just something to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to clarify, I think that the intent is that is what panelist Neeson was saying in terms of the materials that are provided can be considered, and that the panelists are not needing to go out and do their own searching and finding something on a vendor's website or things along those lines, right? That it is whatever additional information they provide, the vendors provide with the documentation. So I think that's the intent behind it, but it's to the panel to determine how you want to word that so that it captures, gives them the flexibility to provide information, but doesn't overly burden you all with trying to find it, trying to dig through what's submitted.
Member Newsom?
So maybe I missed it in here. Does it say that the panel will only consider submitted materials? Or, because maybe that's a statement that could be added, that we won't be looking at unless we choose to do our own research, which we don't have to include in this application, but maybe it should clearly state that panelists will only consider submitted documents or documentation and information when
Yeah.
reviewing the proposals.
So I think the issue that Chair Krim brought forward is it says based solely on the responses and evidence provided in the submission form. So if the submission form doesn't directly say additional materials, then there's no place for that to be a part of what's considered. So I think the solution is probably to adjust the submission form to include additional materials and then name what we mean by that in that section. I think that's probably the most straightforward solution. So when we have the study session on that, I think we want to make sure to capture it at that point. But if there's another finer point on it that Chair Kim that you want to make, we could do so.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that again?
To,
The last part, did you ask me something?
if there's something beyond that that you wanted to make sure was adjusted here.
I guess like we don't want to be locked in. What if we want some additional information we want to request, for example, they make a claim, for example, we want to be able to have some evidence, right? But they didn't submit it. So is there a way that we can actually request at a certain time point? And didn't include in the additional materials in the section. If that's the case, if we do request information then submit it, we can still consider that.
So I'm looking at page 7, which is the contact,
Mhm.
and what you're allowed to communicate. And I think that those are technical, but I don't know that we have a space for clarifying.
So sorry, let me just clarify what I'm asking, and then I would love to hear. So I guess what I'm wondering is, we need to just clarify whether that information can be considered in our decision or evaluation, really.
Yeah, I think you'd want to specify that. But there is I just wanted to clarify that there is a process by which you can request additional information from applicants, generally because of Bagley-Keene, and then also concerns about conflict of interest, that those requests happen through staff and are requested of staff in a public meeting, so that all are aware that those conversations are happening.
Member Wilson and the member Neeson.
So I think part of why this is a little confusing for me is we haven't actually looked at the submission and discussed it yet. But I do think that the word materials is missing. So it's based on the responses, the materials submitted, and the evidence, because presumably they're going to submit or give us access to materials so we can actually look at the screener tool. So we can look at the interface or the administration guide or the hard copies or what, I'm making stuff up. But so maybe adding the word materials would be helpful, because we shouldn't have to ask for stuff. So if they're in an evidence statement, they say, we have administration guide, we should have a copy of that administration guide to look at. So maybe adding the word materials would help there.
Member Nisi, thank you.
Along the lines of what Member Wilson just shared, I think it's a slippery slope to ask for additional materials. I think that when vendors submit this type of proposal, the only information we should be requesting is maybe clarification rather than additional supporting evidence. Because then it, you know what I just feel like it's opening this can of worms, especially given our tight timeline. And it almost would feel like by requesting additional information, we were giving preference to particular vendors or applicants. So for me, it would be just, I need to know what you mean by this statement, or could you please explain this piece of evidence you submitted? Those would be the types of questions I would think we would want to ask of vendors rather than asking them to submit additional materials. But that's my consideration.
If I may, just from a facilitation perspective, all of this is item 4. So some of these conversations are naturally interwoven, and we just wanted to have you kind of aware of these before going into the study sessions where you take the deeper dives. We are a bit behind on our schedule, and I know we're overdue for a break. So I just want to offer that consideration to Chair Kim as she decides how to move us forward.
That sounds great. All right, so this is the last slide for the group discussion.
Yep.
All right, now we'll take a break. So we'll take a short break. Then we'll engage in a group discussion with Ms. Chappell again. So I see it's 10:52. I suggest we take a 10-minute break. Would that be sufficient? So that would be 11:02. Thank you so much, everyone. All right. Now, seeing that all panel members are present, I call the meeting back to order at 11:08 a.m. Before we continue with item 4, I'm going to have a quick reminder of public comments. So members of the public who would like to provide public comments, please refer to the agenda for timing for public comments. Thank you so much. And now let me turn it to, what's that? Sorry. I'm blanking on your name, last name,
That's
sorry.
okay. Hi, everyone. Matt Brunetti from Westside. Good to see you all again. It's it's okay. We all have I forget my own name sometimes too. Hello, everybody. We're gonna start into the study session number 1 for item number 4, focused around the submission form and the question of which additional materials you might want to see requested beyond what applicants might write in the submission form. So we're gonna handle this in a study session. You're familiar with with this approach from previous meetings. Oops. There we go. In order to maximize transfer, it's going to be a little bit awkward today. We're going to have to do our study sessions on the stage still. So I'm going to recommend that one group will work on one side and one group on the other side, but we'll have to remain on the stage for that. Because as all conversations are open to the public, the meeting room will continue to be live streamed. Each group will choose a reporter who will be responsible for sharing aloud when we come back together as a whole group, and key points from the study session you'll share out from your group. Any written notes that you all take are for personal use only, and staff will not collect those notes. And then all feedback related to the agenda item and responses to discussion questions must be shared orally when we can reconvene as a whole group. So our small groups, Group A and Group B for the study session this time. In Group A, we have panelists Gravelin, Kim, Martinez, and Wilson. In Group B, panelists Grasso, Guerrero, Neeson, O'Brien, and Odegaard. Each group, again, should choose one person to report when we share back to the whole group. I believe we're going to be in this study session for 45 minutes, which would bring us right to just barely before 12 noon. So about 11:55 is when we'll reconvene, and staff will check in with you as you're meeting. In this study session, we have a few questions for you to ponder and to discuss related to the submission form, which is, I believe it was addendum 3 in item 4. And you have a hard copy in your panelist folders, which is the submission form, which, as you'll notice, is closely as the rubric. You'll notice the rubric separated into multiple rows throughout it and a submission piece. So that's the submission form. And the questions for that are the instructions clear within the submission form? So that's page 1 of that document. Does the format of the form allow applicants to be responsive to the rubric? Is there anything missing? Is there anything that's too much or inappropriate or inadequate would be another way to do that? Or any other suggestions you have for the submission form? And I believe for our previous conversation around additional materials, I think this is where that conversation comes in, whether there's, ample space to provide a response, evidence, and or how they support additional materials, to use like panelist Wilson's example of an administration guide. If they wanted to show you what that looks like, how they would do that. So that's part of your conversation in this piece. So considering what is covered in the submission form, how much access to the individual screening instruments do you need for adequate evaluation? Whether these are just a few examples and by no means exhaustive, but screenshots of questions, direct online access, applicant guided tour materials, et cetera. What sort of ways do you want to see materials from the actual screening instruments in addition to or in conjunction with the submission form? Any clarifying questions on the goals of your discussions during the study session? Yes, panel. Oh, sure. Okay.
Member Wilson, are we looking at the addendum 2 and 3, the cover sheet in combination with the rubric? It feels like those both go together, or are we just looking at the submission form?
Thank you for that question. Yeah, for this study session, we were hoping on just the submission form because we're doing another study session next on the cover sheet. But by all means, I think if you need to reference it to see how they relate to each other in this study session, that's fine. But the focus will be on the submission form at this point, if that's helpful.
All right, looks like we don't have any clarifying questions. And thanks, Mr. Brunetti. I remembered your last name
Yes.
finally. All right, so let's get into group. Thank you.
And if it helps, I can say, why don't we have group A on this side and group B on that side there.
Legal or regular.
Just blank paper, right?
It's right in the back.
Yeah. Okay.
I know. I have. These two because I think yeah. Right. So. So I was having a hard time saying, is it good? Without. And yeah. Giving instructions or recommendation. They might. Here, instruction one. Right. Yeah. That was exactly what they're looking at. So maybe. Or, you know, something like that. Then probably not there. So there. So then I think. Last time. Yeah, we're not. Right. Or guide them that it's another site. I don't know about this. And not here, you know, like reading materials and things for us. They take you to the this. Yeah. So we're
background, and so some of the conversations in the past have been part of it is just like, you know, school. It's trainer. All has I don't. Well, as I did, those were kind of blindsided, we're breaking things. I would say, we all don't come from the same background knowledge, so we're not supposed to as much. We know that in a place where we're all students, so I think it's like just informing to website, or going on Reddit, yeah, what are the comments on it? But, exactly right. Which is why. Yeah. Part of that level is we have shared understanding of the level that playing around probably attach us. Just outside, not everybody.
No, I'm reading
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you're saying.
Yes. Other things, people talk about the clarity and common ground on the response format. Sometimes they're not actually those very multiple perspectives. That shared background knowledge. It is only after sometimes it's much.
It's kind of. So. On the
But to me, it would be a business. Because you're basically. Yeah. Well, wait, is. Inform. If you want to be school or. Yeah. We get strategy restrictions. So if we're asking for a. One of your emotions.
Right, field out. Supporting innovation. The, I did there is through basic, I mean, we don't have any success. So, yeah. What is the basic, which that's giving, which maybe mine is 80. It's third and number one. Right, it starts at 5. Yeah, because there's one piece, there's one people, this is for like, this is the one that is either fast and we have animation. Session one. It's going to be okay, there's a lot of online okay. To be able to like work for not. Well, yeah, I think that would put that as we can that's
one of the challenges.
okay, but I say.
They adopted that's on that. Like, cultures they have a pool of items. It's a pool of response. Paper, tabs, or computer. Well, you're not.
You know, that is really good sense. We're going to say that aspect of the instrument, but like for example, it sounds. I would want to say. Yeah, screening.
Computer tab is computer, it's here. Like, you use the record form, like, it doesn't have like. It's a passages, passage tonight, but it's not recorded at all. It would be that way.
But the school doesn't consider, but even then, looked it up, that would be.
We wouldn't have access to the.
So what you're saying is necessarily have an explanation of the theoretical framework that you use. Right, so that's, you know, those points.
It's just saying, like, the computer, you might not see, that's not really easy to look at. Paper and pencil, here are questions. It's gonna be,
Yeah.
here's a.
No, that, I'm not. So I get that,
Concert. Here's the possible number of items, here's the full items. Here's the response on that. There's also the type of question. I would expect a lot.
So that would be. Okay, so then we don't have to go.
I agree with our.
But yeah, and that's. I would, yeah.
Clarify all.
Because that would just all the materials reference on you. That's where you might be plus. I've got it, as opposed to. Right. Yeah, right. And that would be his name. For his, right. Over. This one. So. So for this particular. The theoretical framework, then more one, so is that right? No, there's no access to the oh, it's no, what I'm trying to say that maybe it's supposed to be. Yeah, and that's pretty good. Yes. I think that's what. The appropriate, the one who had the one B. Yeah. Okay, yes. So, coming here, but the idea would be that. Just, here's some suggestion. Like for example, on page 2, we might want them to agree. I would suggest that. For the ones who. Under.
So psychometrics.
Yeah, right. Yes.
One of the things.
For example. Under A. Yes. So if I start. You don't have any evidence.
We don't have any basis in how we're. So it was like last time that I got nothing more to say. This is a call. We're running.
Right.
We need that evidence.
So.
So they would have their validation. They would describe it, and that's what we're saying.
Yeah, yeah. So if you're. Yes. So then I guess.
Yeah, well,
Now remember that not all these. Right, they want to, it's not that. Looking at just saying. Yeah.
And also, yeah, so this, also, like, when they say people, what kind of trainings are they expected to do, right? So that it's trained.
Then You don't want to take time. So I guess there is. I guess yeah. They should, the evidence they should provide their more TV. Yeah. Three I was trying to do it. Right. Separate or I'm thinking of the seven. Right. Here's somewhere.
That's what.
I've been doing this, interpretation of data.
Also, what that says,
Which is Korea.
It should say CA5 instruction manual or further. Like tell them where you're from. Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, well, we really see. We want to be very precise. Where. I was just thinking this Well, this period, I need to work. I don't know. Right. I think. Because this is the actual. So like three. But. So for each area. No, I agree.
It's all those things. And it's easier for them because it's just one area.
And then.
Yeah, those all fly.
Now, so in there, one thing, what you're saying is. Yes, so that would. You just need to give us. Response. Yeah, how are they going to reform? This is. Well, they need to have. Yes. They're gonna have to ask the test.
So it's basically goes up to preschool.
So they're gonna use. Proficiency. Yes. Well, in my. I think. That's the summer before. Well, I don't see how you. That's the only. You're gonna have to. No. Yeah.
You're pretty much, you're just.
To get rid of the. But do we look at that? Yes.
I think this is just gonna give us guidance, like, say that. I want them to say. If they have this, this, and then.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to solve it for them. They have to tell us.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess the only question I had was, would there be
I don't think so, because I think it's gonna be whatever they provide. Yes.
And then for. Well, they have to give us that.
Yeah.
Their due diligence, and they say, we're gonna do this.
For each one, they are, but what we're requesting as a discussion. No, I would be working with so they still have to have the.
Yeah. And are required. There's.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, so I'm kind of around. Yeah, we don't want to be overwhelmed. Yeah. So we have to be careful. No, because they don't know the different bios. Yeah. Hello. Then you think about how to make this. Well, but in some ways, that's the creates the version. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
That's what I thought. I said, no.
We really cover some first two questions. We should have all definitely covered it.
Yeah, that's funny. I guess you're saying. Yeah, I think what we're saying. Should they all have? Yeah. So adopting. But they will be reference with, I think.
Yeah. Right.
No, I could tell it's for. So, yeah, I mean, it's. I part of it is there. We're. Then you get your. Yeah. Yes. Right. See, because that's my. This is the part I think. So.
That is your culture. I would highlight this first. Listen.
So that's my. And you have to set if I'm. I'm so sorry. So the yeah, because that's what the. But that's
Well, I think that helps us to that's the guidance for determining when they have questions like that would be covered. Guidance from the Senate, sufficient language proficiency.
when we go back to this. It's. But no, this is not even. You two about they're not gonna be. Oh, no. That's the idea. I would give them. That's what we're at. That's the right. Yeah. That is what you know.
Okay, panelists, we're going to reconvene in 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
So it's a legislative. Oh, yeah. What's in it? Okay, we're going to do the report out from each group, and then that should bring us into lunch in about 20 to 30 minutes. So I'm going to start with Group A. We're going to focus on the submission form first, and then the additional materials second. So I'm going to ask whoever the reporter for Group A is, Panelist Wilson, will report out on the submission form. Any order you'd like. I'm not going to go through all the individual questions, but you can report out how you see fit.
Okay, well, so our feedback is at the top. We would just like the top to match the cover sheet, because right now it starts with organization, then title, and the cover sheet is flip-flop. So that's kind of a detail, but match. We would like to add under those two items, a third item that says review materials included in submission. And then have some required review materials that we would like included in the submission, including direct online access to the tool or hard copy access to the tool, assessment protocols, access to assessment items, any supporting evidentiary materials noted in evidence statements that they provide. And we would like a list as well as a guided tour of the materials. So not just a video that we would have to watch, but also a list of those materials. That was, I think, at the bottom. So that's at the top. We would like the review materials that they're
And just to
including.
clarify at the top, so you're saying page 1 of the submission form where it says organization, screening instrument title, make sure those are, you got the first one,
Yeah.
making sure it's in the same.
And then as a third heading, review materials included in submission. And then we don't think we need appendices because our required materials are any supporting evidentiary materials noted in evidence statements. So we could cross off appendices. In item 1 of the instructions, our suggestion is to keep the first 2 sentences, which ends with within this submission form, period, and then have 3 sub-bullets. The first sub-bullet would say, provide strongest evidence first for each evidence statement. And I just want to say the rationale for that is if they gave 10 or 15 statements, we would like the strongest evidence statements. We would like the vendor to do the work of listing the strongest evidence statements first. So we don't have to read through all of them to find whatever the strongest evidence statement is. So the second bullet should say use clear, concise language. And then the third bullet will start with what is that third sentence, if it is necessary to include, and we don't want the word append, include additional information, then your response should clearly reference supporting evidentiary materials instead of the word documents, because we thought some things may not be documents, they might be materials. And then Chair Kim thought that that phrase, supporting evidentiary materials, could be woven back into the conversation we were having this morning around the invitation to submit document, where we were talking about what to call those things.
And just to clarify, or to, maybe it's an assumption, the last statement that's currently there, supporting documents should be clearly labeled, listed under appendices. You would not need that because you have your.
Oh, that's right. If we got rid of appendices above, we would, but I think we would want to keep documents should be clearly labeled. That the naming, we did talk about the importance of the vendors being clear with their naming schemes so that we could find stuff. I think that's it. Anything else, team?
Just to be clear, I think what we are referring to by the term supporting evidentiary materials, we're referring to our earlier conversation about additional materials. We think the term supporting evidentiary materials are better than additional materials.
Oops. Sorry. We have one clarifying question from Ms. Lawful.
Panelist Wilson, I just wanted to clarify, when you were talking about the access that would be needed, I captured direct online access or hard copy access to the tool, assessment protocols, access to assessment items, and then I think any supporting evidentiary materials that were noted, but I got a little bit lost there, so I just want to make sure.
Yeah, that were noted in response. So in other words, if they note a piece of evidence in their response to us, we want to have access to whatever they're referencing.
Right. And then after that, it was the list and guided tour, like any materials that you're watching, you want to list of. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move to group B on the submission form.
Okay, that would be me.
Simultaneously.
So we had some similar thoughts, although they were put into a different kind of frame. One of the things we decided, instead of appendices, we were thinking of calling it additional materials. However, when we talk about additional materials, I'm going to go into that a little bit more because we didn't have too many changes on the instructions other than that piece. And when it talks about labeling, documents should be clearly labeled to match the rubric. So for example, evidence that would be aligned to 1B1 would be labeled additional material 1B1, 2B1, etc. So making sure that the evidence is clearly labeled as to which element of the rubric it's aligned to. And I think for the most part, that was what we had for instructions.
Is there anything further on the submission form?
Oh, yes.
Beyond the instructions?
Yes, so this is where we get into additional materials though as well. So I just want to make sure we're in the right place. What we suggested was on the actual rubric pages of the submission form. So for example, on page 2, where it describes a description of assessment battery, for each element 1A, so there's multiple, we are offering the idea that we provide some suggested additional materials on the submission form itself. So for example, suggested additional materials for description of assessment battery, section A would be demo access, screenshots of the questions, samples of the instrument, etc. And we would like to direct staff to kind of identify what other supplemental instruments, or I'm sorry, suggested additional materials might align. Another area where we had some ideas was under 1B, description of battery. This is where some suggested additional materials might include a demonstration of the student assessment. So if there's a recording of a student actually being assessed, perhaps a sample of the instrument and the administration guidance. So that would fall under 1B1, 1B2, and 1B3, so kind of capturing. Then under description of assessment battery 1C, we said there would probably be no additional suggested materials, just given the nature of the element. And then under psychometric, section 2, the suggested additional materials would be validation studies, etc. And that would cover all of the areas of psychometrics. Then under communication resources, 3A, we were thinking some guidance documents, data reporting samples, professional development scope and sequence, or professional development model, something along those lines. On 3E, no, I'm sorry, 3F, sections 1 and 2, we were thinking some samples of lessons or follow-up, next step documents or reports for teachers, and family reports in multiple languages. What do those look like? And I think that's the end. So in terms of additional materials, we were hoping to kind of align them and provide suggested materials with the intent that it's common for different people. They don't have to submit them. The additional materials could be optional, but it's more about providing us the evidence we need in order to evaluate and not just have like a hodgepodge of things coming in, but being very clear and specific. So we were also hoping to ask staff to include other elements or other suggested additional materials that might align to those elements as well. Did I capture everything? Okay, thank you.
And just to clarify, I think I heard you say those would be more along the lines of an EG rather than an IE, right? In terms of.
Correct.
These are the things we recommend, but.
It's suggested, it's not necessary to include, but this would be helpful for a strong evaluation.
Wilson, I really appreciate your suggestions. And I'm wondering, because we had a similar conversation about whether things would be listed on each page or if all the directions would be up front. So I am wondering if we could consider and think about the idea of putting review materials included in submission and have a list of what's required and what's suggested just on the front page. And then the vendor has to decide like which piece goes where in the process, just for clarity and organization and not having a lot of words on the page. But I haven't fully thought it out, but I do think that we could do that. So it's like a one-stop shop of what they've submitted.
Vice Chair Guerrero?
I have a question, just a clarifying question. Because I understand that what's required is what's on the rubric. So that's the requirement, but the suggested materials is to kind of elaborate, it's for their chance to elaborate more and give us more, I guess, concrete. Well, they're gonna give us a narrative and then they're gonna answer what we're requiring from them that's on the rubric in a narrative, but it would also be good to provide, I guess, visuals or other modes of instruction, other modes of showing off. So that's kind of how I understood it. And I don't know if that's how you're thinking. I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
That is what we meant. Required materials meant the things they needed to give us direct access to discern whether or not their evidence statements are backed up with real stuff. So they would need to give us access to the online access to the tool or hard copy access to the tool. They would need to give us examples of assessment items. So that's what I meant by required. And then some of what Member Newsom was talking about, you guys called them your group called them suggested. So I'm saying we could have a bulleted list of everybody needs to give us these things. And here are some suggested items that would support us reviewing your submission.
Member Martinez?
I wonder if there's a way that we can also like try and clarify that we don't want the universe of information about the assessment. We really want the information that gives us a sense of that there's the core to evaluating that particular evidence statement. And so I guess I hope we lean on the language around what we're asking for is that they only include this extra documentation if they specifically reference it as evidence, because then we are left with then this task of, well, how do we evaluate this if it's not it? So I just think that we have to be as clear as possible so that we don't get too much that's irrelevant to our evaluation. So I do want to put that in.
Yeah, I think that was the intention behind the design of having the responses and evidence right there in line with it, so that it's not like see this section of this document and you're all frantically flipping through many documents.
Member Newsom?
I think that's part of why we wanted to add suggested additional documents under each rubric element, because that would help really clarify this is the type of evidence that you should be submitting for this element. And I think you're right. It should be clearly stated that it must be referenced in the responses in the narrative, but we also don't want to go searching for things. We want to be able to know, like, and have a common ground. So these are some suggested materials you may include, right? And there could be some statement around, you may include this to help better evaluate your screening tool. Just thinking along the lines of making sure we're all looking at the same kind of evidence from different vendors. And so that we're comparing apples to apples rather than looking at completely different items that people submit because they think it meets the evidentiary requirements. So we want to just provide, like, here are the things that you may choose to include, and they're always going to submit other stuff, but at least this way we have some clear alignment. So my thinking was to put it not on the front page, but rather response and evidence, and maybe a line at the bottom, additional evidence in the, well, it's not called appendices anymore, right? Additional supporting evidence may include these pieces, or whatever the language ends up being.
Group A, was there anything? I didn't ask you explicitly about the additional materials, but you might have already answered. Is there anything else that does Group A have around the additional materials piece? No, you had it covered. Okay. Do you need any clarifying? Yeah.
So I think a question as we think about what we want to bring back in front of you for item 5 for the vote. I'm thinking about this. It would be helpful to hear from the panel about having all of the information on that front sheet versus adding some things as was suggested by Group B. And one idea could be that we have the review materials required with that bulleted on the front sheet, and review materials suggested, please see individual sections, right? So that the instruction is there. All of the the instructions are included on the front page, but the details of what might be suggested pieces could be included on those further back pages. So that might be a way to include both, but it would be helpful to get direction on the panel, from the panel, in terms of which is preferred. And then also to turn to my colleague in terms of whether we think staff could pull that together for an item 5 conversation, or whether that would be a staff to be TBD, and we can have that, we can work that out before item 5. But to the panel of which, just sort of giving us some direction on that.
Member Nason and Vice Chair Guerrero, in that order.
So I think we were going to, in our conversation, and please correct me if I'm wrong, my thought was that staff would be able to identify those elements outside of our panel meeting, perhaps, because we're not requiring these documents, that they're suggested things that may be included, but I think the caveat would be not to add too many. Maybe just some ideas for different elements and what would be appropriate.
And what another thought can be is putting the must-haves in the front cover, because that's where the instructions are, and putting the additional materials under the response and evidence section as suggested. And because it's just additional stuff to help us, but what they must include are the obligatory ones. And so those would be good, but only if I think the suggested materials is only if they're referenced. So maybe, because I did like that point, if they're referenced and they don't include and they want to include something additional to prove something. So for example, if they say they have the languages and the summary, the screener in 5 languages, can we see an example of the screeners in the 5 languages that they have? And that would be if it's referenced, obviously I expect it under mandatory, but if it's not referenced, maybe they could include it under additional, just to say, hey, look, here it is, just to answer any questions. So, so to synthesize this, I like the idea of having the mandatory stuff in the front and the additional stuff in under response and evidence. If it's well, I guess it wouldn't have to be referenced, right? Because it's like extra stuff. So it's just throwing some cookies in there, just to kind of say, hey, look, what else we have? No? We want it to be
I think
We
so.
want it to be referenced, yes.
All right, so it's referenced.
I think to synthesize, maybe I think what I'm hearing is, from everybody really, is the submission form's there, and that's where you put the bulk of your response. If you reference something that is too large, I mean, I'm assuming, for example, they're gonna put tables of reliability coefficients in the psychometric section within the response, but they might reference the validation study or the technical report for which that is, and they should also include that. If they reference it, they include it. So you're reading the response, but you have another place to go and confirm if that's the case.
Because visuals are helpful.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Well, I think otherwise you might all be on a wild chase to find information, to just say, see this section.
Yeah,
It's not
and that's actually something we talked about in our group, is that we could go down so many rabbit holes if we're left to our own device. Because we will start Googling, well, I will start Googling things and reading stuff, and I'm not supposed to. I know, I'm biased. Okay, got it.
Okay.
Member Wilson.
Yeah, just to support that, that was one of our bullets, which was any supporting evidentiary materials noted in evidence need to be provided. That was why we added that bullet. Because if they reference something, we don't want to have to look for it. If they don't link it or include it or whatever, then we're not hunting it down. Yeah, that was our point in that. I could go either way with listing the optional stuff. I just wasn't sure about timeline. That seems like a lot to try to do for every item, but I can go either way with it.
And I think one more clarification for group B, we heard pretty directly what group A would like to see as required. So I just want to read that back to make sure there's not anything that we've missed from group B. So that was either direct online access or hard copy access to the tool, assessment protocols, access to assessment items, any supporting evidentiary materials noted in the response, and a list of guided tour of materials they want to that the applicant recommends watching. Are there any other required pieces that weren't captured?
I do.
Okay, got it.
Okay. I think that concludes the whole group share out. So, Chair Kim.
All right, thanks, Mr. Brunette and Ms. Salvo. Thank you so much for facilitating the conversation. And the members will not take a break for lunch when we return and continue. So it is 12:19 p.m. Let's break for 1 hour. Let's get back at 1:20 p.m. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. Seeing that all panel members are now present, I call the meeting back to order at 1:28. Now, we're going to continue with item 4. And the study session now, Ms. Zappo will facilitate this session again. Welcome back.
Going to go ahead and share our slides back so folks at home are able to see as well. So we're going to head into our second study session, which focuses on the cover sheet, which is addendum 2 for item 4. Before we break into the smaller groups, just wanted to share a little bit of context with the panel first. So it's not moving forward. How about if I go here? Something got disconnected.
There it works.
Okay. We'll go with the arrow. Excuse me. So we wanted to cover both the intent and the format of the cover sheet. And as you can see here, the intention behind it was to provide panelists with sort of a summary of key information regarding each of the screening instruments. So when we developed the submission form, our thinking was, when that dives really deep into the content and into the rubric, you just need some surface level questions answered in advance. And so we envision this as being that summary of information. We want to be able to collect from applicants background information that will not be evaluated using the rubric. So it's fair to say that some of the questions on the cover sheet have a little bit of potential overlap or redundancy with what's on the rubric, and that's one of the things that the panel may want to get into in your conversations. But the way that the intention here is that the pieces of information that hit that cover sheet are not a part of the evaluation. And we want to just create a space for applicants to share any additional information regarding their submission that doesn't necessarily align with the rubric or the submission form, which is based on the rubric. So I just want you to be aware of that as you're having your conversation to make sure that it feels like it makes sense between the two. We also think that potentially we could use this cover sheet to collect information that the panel wants to use to create those info sheets that accompany the screening instruments if approved. So that's why some of these questions maybe go a little bit deeper than just basic information, because it's an opportunity for the applicants to put forward that material as opposed to the panel needing to pull it together on their own. So that's the intention behind why we're suggesting a cover sheet. In terms of the overall format, you'll see that there's really 5 main categories that we cover. Logistical information like the screener name, right, and the applicant name, but also the more detailed instrument information, administration information, details on training, tools, and supports, as well as costs. So again, you should have access to the cover sheet so that you are able to look through it within your groups. Are there any high-level questions that panelists have before we move into the group regarding intention or format of the cover sheet? Panelist Wilson?
Is this going to be an electronic form or a hard copy form?
I think we envision it as electronic. I think everything in terms of the intent to submit would be posted online, so downloadable and fill outable. And again, it's sort of at the will of the panel, right? This is just sort of what we're suggesting. So similar to what we had with our prior study sessions, we want to make sure we maximize transparency for the public. So we want to note that all these conversations are open to the public. The meeting room will still be live streamed. Each group should again choose a reporter. It could be the same one or a different one. You'll be in the same groups. And that person's responsible for sharing back to the whole group any key points from your study session. Any written notes are personal use only. Staff won't be collecting those because you will need to read into public record any comments that you have. All feedback related to the agenda item and responses to the discussion questions need to be shared via oral report. And just as a reminder, we've got Group A, Group B, and again, choose your own reporter. So those are the same as the first study session. And these are the questions that we wanted the panel to consider. So related to the cover sheet itself, are the instructions clear? Is the content of the questions appropriate? Is there anything missing? Is anything too much? Any other suggestions? So looking at the cover sheet itself, what edits or feedback do you have for us for changes you'd like to see? And then overall, we want you to also consider, does the complete ITS packet provide the panel with the flexibility needed to fully develop implementation details, while at the same time giving applicants sufficient means to convey how their instruments meet the needs of California students? So a very parallel question to what we've been asking earlier, right? That we want to make sure we're fair to our applicants in terms of being clear with what we're looking for, and also fair to the panel to give you the time and flexibility to adjust over the summer. So any questions before we move into our breakout groups? Or not breakout groups, sorry, study session groups. Okay, we're aiming for about 35 minutes in these groups. It is 1:35, so a little bit after 2 o'clock, we'll check in and see how everyone's doing. Thank you.
Right here. So for me, the way
Maybe just I also changed 3B like that. Only if it's other technology to this part of it, but I think for a lot of the, I want to describe what we're doing here, finding your forward or yeah, that's what please describe. That's what, yeah, that's way different than a one-to-one. That how it is, they have described their problems earlier. Well, we kind of got it, that was like. cross ownership. Yeah. I want to. Or not. Yeah. Wanted that, that's just all. All like our side, just all about is like. It's not bad.
What is that about? What are the ways
I think either or, I'm not very sure about here or somewhere, but I think say if we're choosing I'd be more here. With already as how many actually look for this. Well, are we not considering like rubric or one? If they have.
So we don't continue opening it. I'm not trying to be real. Are we trying to be too much? I don't know. So they want the outdoor so you can see. Because once you see it, guaranteed. I don't know if it's probably only behind the gun, he's one who kind of. There was a very when they get them scheduled on how to
That was on the previous slide. Where we were teaching, two was together institution and two year-round RA. There's two teams with cost. Yeah. So. My understanding. Yeah. That's. And this is not private, public. Your thing. Cover sheet. Pull out the factors. Maybe we just move that up. Please briefly describe what is measured by each round of screening. And then, yeah, and then the other part. So that. And also this taking two of the I bring it for the different teachers, I'd rather have it a 1, 2, and then tell me, and you do one of like, you know, like kind of like one small group, whole group. It's like this, I felt it a few times. Yeah. Right. This to me, right. Yeah, they can make us, yeah, that's fine. I just think it should be. Something like that could also work. Yeah. Could add more. Let our space. What? Basically combined for the five. Or the shoes in the same format. Here. Right. Yeah, that would. Yeah. It's a mind question. So this should say you're free, but I would say from after the question mark is the if so. Yeah. And then also for me, then I think the same comment, the training, and 90, tell us the size of the my question yeah. Right, you should be more like. Yeah. I read that. Oh, basically, this is how I have to yeah. I would just question like, do we need? I don't need it, but if you're open. But think about it. Yeah. Maybe I look really mind. No. Yeah, yeah. Not totally. I know, but you know what happened, because last night, they were gone, but I dessert first. But I'll share, but I cannot. I think dessert can be late. When you're dead, for sure.
That is mine. We just traded chairs.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I thought you meant in Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for completing the second study session. Now we're going to go into report out mode so that we can hear what was discussed in each of the two groups regarding the cover sheet and also the overall question. The last time we started with group A, so we'll go ahead and start with group B related to the cover sheet. Who is the reporter for group B? Panelist Neeson.
All right. So to start us off, under information about the instrument, we wanted to add a question at the very beginning to ask about briefly describing an overview of the instrument, perhaps not to exceed 4 paragraphs, to give us just a general overview. Then number 2 we thought was fine, but with number 3, we wanted to reframe the question. We wanted the question to read along the lines of, does your tool require a digital component to be yes or no? Then a sub question, if yes, the following technology is required to implement the instrument, select all that apply with the options listed. And then, so that would be 3A, no, I'm sorry, 3B. 3A would be, does your tool require a digital component? 3B would be, the following technology is required. And 3C would be, please describe the technology and how it is used. So we would omit if other technology is selected above.
Okay, so I'm going to say back to make sure we think we got it. So instead of asking the following technology as a checklist, it's does your tool require technology?
A digital component.
A digital component, thank you.
We wanted to differentiate just because of that term technology could mean different things.
Okay, and that's a straight yes, no. The next section being, if yes, which of the following technology is required? And it would have the 3 that are there on the form already. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then 3C would be striking the first part of that sentence, just say, please describe the technology and how it is used. So the standing part of the question without the if other technology is selected above.
Yes, correct. And I think one of the rationales for that is that some cases a vendor may only have a paper pencil option for the administration of the instrument, and there's no place to really describe that here. So by asking whether or not it requires a digital component kind of gives us that indicator.
Okay.
And in question 4, we want to change the wording a little bit to have at the very beginning, if the instrument provides the option for multiple rounds of screening, i.e., please describe what is measured by each round of screening. Then, for which populations of students and what is measured. Because what we're trying to get at here is the idea that the instrument may include, or the language was may include certain domains, right? So we want to understand which domains are offered in the universal screener as well as in the following rounds, because they may be the same or they may be different. So we want to clarify which domains are covered in the universal screener and the preceding round. So we may need to massage that language just a little bit, but that's what we're trying to get at.
Please describe what is measured for each round of screening and then continue on for which populations of students, et cetera.
Correct. But I think it's also important to call out what's measured in the universal screener and then what is measured in subsequent rounds if they're available. So perhaps staff could come up with some good language for us around that particular element. And forgive me, team, I forgot what we said. I wrote it down, but my notes got mixed up. Then moving on to question 5. The question is fine. We want to make sure that anywhere it says select all that apply, in terms of formatting, that it's bolded so that people see that they're not just choosing one, but that they're actually selecting all those elements. And for question 5, and the same can apply for question 4, we were thinking there could potentially be a table where you have kinder, first, and second. Then the next row of the table in question 5 would be mode of administration for universal screener, kindergarten, one-on-one, kindergarten, small group, N size, kindergarten, whole group, N size, other. Please describe. So instead of going by the administration mode, rather going by the grade level in the table. Then the second column would be other rounds of screening. The same can apply for question 4, where we have kindergarten, universal screening, and you list the domains. They can check off the ones that apply. Then other rounds, check off the domains that apply. So it would be a table where they could check off the different elements.
Can you say again, the second round, the second column where you mentioned other rounds of screening, that was pertaining to question 5, but then you referenced question 4, which is
It
where
can
we're
be in
talking about.
both.
In both.
Because I think we also want to understand the administration mode for the universal screener as well as other modes. Because in a subsequent round, if it's for diagnostic, is it one-on-one? Is it whole group? Is it a follow-up? You know what I'm saying? So essentially the table would look the same, but in question 4, the little checkoff boxes would be the domains. In question 5, it would be the kind of administration that is occurring. Does that sound about right, team? Okay.
Might have similarity to the two, I'm not sure. You got the first round.
So the rest of page 2, I think we're good. When we get to question 9, we have some edits in the language. We want to change it to say who may administer the instrument rather than.
Thank you for your patience. We will proceed with, I guess, item 4, reporting. Do we get to have a quick reaction to groups, or do we move on to the next group?
So I would recommend we hear from group A first, so that
Sounds
we
good.
hear sort of the full range of suggestions, and then the panel can decide across. So we're feverishly taking notes, but that doesn't mean that what was said is what the panel has decided. So we'll reconfirm all that before we get going.
That sounds great.
So actually, a point of order question, do we need to make any, do we need to go backwards at all? Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna move forward, and then when staff reads back the suggested feedback, that'll be an opportunity for the public and everyone to hear anything that may have been dropped because of the audio. Okay. So I believe group B is wrapped up, and we're moving to group A's reporter. Is that panelist Wilson?
Yes, thank you. Okay, our first feedback is to match the top format of the cover sheet with the format of the submission form, including the additional item that said review materials included in submission. So the one we made on the other, the suggested edit on the other document. For item 2, under information about the instrument, we would like it to be revised to say in which language, parens S, close parens, is the instrument available, so they can list what languages it's available in. We had similar, not similar, but we also had suggestions for 3A and 3B, but we were kind of trying to get after similar things. So we thought 3A could be, is the tool electronic or hard copy, to indicate whether it was paper, pencil or not. And then 3B, list the technology required to implement the instrument. So that was our suggestion. One of the things that we did talk about is a little bit of I'm not sure how to address it, but computer or tablet was one of the checkboxes, and we know that there are some tools that work really well on a computer, but not on a tablet, or vice versa. So we're not sure how to get at that, but I think by having them list the technology, that it could get after that. We had a lot of conversation around item 4 through 8B, which is a little bit similar to what the other group talked about.
Ms. Wilson, if I could just pause you for 1 second.
No problem.
I thought you were saying no. Just trying to make sure we have everything. I'm just checking with our note takers to make sure we've captured everything so far.
Yes.
Okay,
Got it?
please continue.
Okay, I am a fast talker, sorry. All right, so 4 through 8B, we started looking at those, and one of the things that we thought, and I'm going to jump to 5 just for a minute so you can see where we started thinking about this, is that starting on 5, we thought it might be make more sense to have the information be organized by the grade level rather than the grouping structure. So and then we started thinking a table would work best. So a table for kindergarten, a table for first grade, a table for second grade. That says the grouping, and then the domain, and then the time. And the reason for that is it is possible that some domains will be assessed in one-on-one and others might be grouped. It depends on the instrument. But then we started to think, well, maybe we could take all 4 all the way through 8B, all of those questions, and have a table format. So one table for kindergarten that has all of those questions covered in it, and then one table for first grade and one table for second grade. So we started to sketch it out, and then when we realized really those could all be combined, we kind of figured staff could probably, really it's just that information in a table format, easier to read, organized by grade level. So that was for question 4 through 8B. We didn't have any suggestions for 9A and B. For question 10, we had a similar wondering around not just what's available or required, but also what LMS systems does it integrate with well. So kind of what does it play well with? So I think the other group kind of got at that because we didn't have a suggested wording. We just wanted to really get at what will it interface with effectively. And then 12, we liked 12, but we wanted to add a 12B that said, describe the basic plan / pricing structure for training to administer, score, and use the instrument. So it's this pretty much the same question as 12, except for this is about how much does it cost to train people. And then 13A, there needs to be maybe after on a per unit basis, specify what a unit is. So is the unit a one-time use? Is the unit by teacher license, or is the unit a per student license? So that needs to be specified. And that's it.
Okay, if we can pause for just 1 second to make sure we gather our notes. Okay. Thank you both groups for giving your eyes to this and your overall feedback. So let's go ahead and start from the beginning, going back to the cover sheet, the beginning of the cover sheet, where I think the first feedback was aligning, correct alignment of the name of the organization, screening title, et cetera, across the instruments. Was there anything that we heard within from there? And then questions 1 through 4 that panelists had concern over, that they heard from another group, something they wanted to bring forward as a concern.
It's not a concern, but just a quick clarification that this is a screening instrument. I think in the reporting out, it was mentioned diagnostic or some other things. So just want to be clear that this is only for screening.
Thank you for that clarification. Panelist Neeson?
Just in a response to that for clarity, I think we were just addressing the fact that in the cover sheet, they were asking about additional rounds of administration. And so we were thinking about what would be the purpose of those additional rounds of administration, if not for the screener. So that's why we use that in our reporting, but I don't know that it necessarily belongs in the cover sheet. I just thought it was for our purposes here.
Just for clarity, diagnostic assessments used in MTSS frequently, so a survey level assessment, it's an additional round to find out what you might do instructionally. It does cause confusion, and why you might want not to use it is why a lot of people strike diagnostic from anything, but it is common nomenclature in MTSS and found in many documents across the country. But that doesn't mean it should be in this one, because it does cause confusion with educators and parents, because when you think diagnosis, you think medical, but diagnostic assessment is the second round of assessment used to figure out at a sub-skill level what might be driving something. And it's done with CBMs and other teacher administered tools. It's not done by a school psych or a diagnostician or a clinical psychologist or a psychiatrist.
Thank you. Panelist Wilson?
So actually, I didn't think I was confused, but now I am. So when I read how many rounds, I assumed they were screening actually a second time. And what I think you just said is your group was discussing a deeper level of diagnostics, which to me seems different. So I just need clarity on what is meant. Maybe we need clarity on what is meant by rounds.
Mike, just remember your mic to speak in.
I'm going to defer to panelist Neeson to kind of explain what our interpretation was, and then we can get clarity on what the intent was when you guys wrote it.
Yeah, I think our intent was more about this idea of the question says, the instrument provides options for multiple rounds of screening, right? Please briefly describe how many rounds of screening are offered. So maybe we were making an assumption, right?
Across the entire group too.
Across the entire group. I think we were making the assumption that the additional rounds, it says optional additional rounds. I think our assumption was those additional rounds would be utilized for purposes for follow-up or next steps rather than the actual initial screening. Is that?
That was what I think we understood across our group, and I'm going to defer now to panelists.
Okay, who's first? Okay.
Well, in our discussion, what came up was the fact that the universal screening, the initial, may not address all of the domains in the rubrics.
You said all of the domains, is that correct?
Yes,
Domains in the rubric.
yeah.
Thank you.
I don't know if, is that the right terminology that we're
Mhm.
using? So that maybe in the next rounds, they would address others. That was the discussion that we had, correct? So that was one interpretation.
So,
Yes,
Vice Chair Guerrero, and then let's go to Member Newsom.
no, that's correct. We were talking about just that the screener would just screen, but what if we need to do an additional round for, say, phonemic awareness or next initial round for reading comprehension, all the different components that are listed in the rubric. So maybe they have different rounds for that. So their screener doesn't consist of all the components. It's just, it's broken up over time. But the other conversation we had was whether this question is needed in the cover sheet because it's something that can be addressed as a resource evidence and part of the rubric. I think it was the part that says administration, instrument administration, that they could also comment on that there. And so maybe take that out, especially because for at least our group, as we've talked about, maybe requesting a synopsis or a summary of the actual instrument. And so maybe that would be too much for them. But that was the other question, the other conversation we had in our group is whether is this the right place for that question? But it
Can you
was
say the
about,
last again? Is that a repetition? Is that what you said?
no, it is this the right place for this question? Yes, sir.
Member Newsom?
You said what I was gonna say. But I also was gonna just clarify. We did have some discussion back and forth about whether or not this should even be in the cover letter, only because it is something that is addressed in the rubric. We thought it was important to note, however, though, that if there are other rounds of assessment that the publisher or vendor is recommending, what domains would be covered there? Like, so for example, if the universal screener covers 7 out of the 10 domains, and they only assess 7 domains in their particular screening tool, maybe in the other rounds, they're going deeper into a particular domain. So we are just trying to get at what is being measured by the universal screener, what is being measured by those additional optional rounds of assessment.
Okay, Member Odegaard?
I just want to say, I wanted everyone from the panel of the SRI group B to kind of talk, because it seemed pretty universal the way that everybody was interpreting that, which means that there's not clarity about what the intent was. So now we want to know what it meant, because we clearly didn't understand, because that means that the other people might not understand too. So tell us what we should have understood.
Hi there, Jessica Holmes, State Board of Education. So the purpose of this block of questions was really to get at the question of time. How much time does the instrument take to implement? And the idea behind the different rounds was it may not take the same amount of time cumulatively for every student. So how much time would someone spend doing the universal screening that covers whatever it may cover? And I don't think we had in mind exactly what that meant, but we understood that there were some screening tools out there that do use multiple rounds versus what might a smaller, if outside of that universal screening, there's another population that is recommended for further screening. Are we talking about trying to get at that question of, are we talking about the cumulative time for any one student, or the amount of time it would take to do the majority of students? So that was the purpose behind this set of questions, was really to get that time question, which is not necessarily covered by the rubric, but is of interest potentially to local educational agencies in making decisions, and is also covered in the definition of a screening, the screening instrument in Education Code Section 53008, the definition section down at the bottom, where it does describe a screening instrument as being brief.
Okay, so with that information, is there anything, what do you think about the wording there, or keeping the item number 4, or suggested in one group, keeping that information in a table? Member Martinez?
Yeah, I was going to say that was very helpful, because that's not the way in which, at least I felt like we were interpreting it in our discussions. And I felt like we weren't we weren't holding the universality. It's like, this is a screener, it's a universal screener, and these pieces come together. And then this extra piece, I guess, about then what if for some populations or for some specific like deviation from that you'd want to follow up, and that would be the subsequent round. So that's not how I was interpreting it. So I just want to, I guess, clarify that.
Vice Chair Guerrero?
Well, even with that information, thank you for clarification, because yes, I think we were thinking of it in a different way. I'd still think it would go best as part of the rubric than in the cover letter, because it is just talking about time, and so that's part of the administration of the instrument, I feel. We'll see what the rest of the panel thinks.
So would a suggestion then be to strike question 4, knowing that the rubric evaluation hits the submission form? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, or add it. Well, remember how we were talking about additional, because it's not an additional material, it's just additional information that they could put as a suggestion. We could put there, I mean, if the panel agrees with it, because then they can address that question there. I just feel that it would be best there, but again, I'm open to suggestions, but definitely rewording it, because we need to definitely clarify it, because it's confusing to me.
If the intention is to get an idea about administration time, it is already there, right? 6A, the current 6A is what is the average administration time in minutes. If that's the intention.
And then 6B covers the additional round timing.
Member Martinez?
So then the recommendation would be, then those would be in the columns of the table.
Yes.
Yeah.
Member Wilson?
So yes, it would be in the table. What now I'm understanding what around means. So I think around means all students in kindergarten, for example, are going to take these X number of domains. Some students may, their cut scores on those particular domains may indicate that so some students will take some additional pieces of the tool. Is that what so I was thinking of around as more time, like beginning of the year, middle of the year, end of year, but round, especially now that I'm reading 6, because it says for full screening or first round. So all students take the first round. Some students will have may have some additional components on some tools, not all tools, but on some tools. And so that's what we're getting at. And if that's the question, I still think we do need to know what's the average time for what all students are going to take, because otherwise, if you average it, you're really going to have no clue on how long it's really going to take for everybody. I don't know if that was, that's
Member Martinez?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I agree. I guess I feel like that's still addressed then if we have those 2 columns, but we wouldn't have a column on rounds, which we had kind of talked about, but that we would have a column that would be about the administration time for those domains to be administered. And then we would have maybe another column for these, I don't know how you would call it, but whatever additional administration might be necessary for.
Subsequent rounds or something along those lines, if applicable.
If required, right, for the universal screening process.
Member Odegaard?
Chair Kim, you mentioned this is for universal screening, so we were also confused why we asked this if we were really correct in understanding that this might be more follow-up, better understanding from an instructional standpoint what might be lying below it, and why and rounds is not commonly, from my understanding, used in the screening literature in MTSS, and I just want to understand. And so thank you for being brave, panelist Wilson, for trying to define it, because I constantly said, so what then is a round? So one, could we adopt a word other than round? Or if it's just universal screening, could somebody help me understand why that wouldn't be something that would be considered as part of a universal screening process, and in total, how much time might it take for a student?
So the goal, my understanding, the goal is really screening, right? It's not progress monitoring, it's not diagnostic, it is screening, right? So screening stays there. So what we mean by rounds is additional, it's not session, it's beyond the session, right? Because a single round could be composed of a couple of sessions, for example, right? Is that, so per round is, if I heard correctly, there might be some children who might need some additional follow-up, but still it's, the goal is universal screening.
Yeah.
Is that?
I think staff, this is just a suggestion, and to the extent that we can define it more clearly, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think if we want to define it as universal, how much time do we broadly, would it broadly take for just the universal screening? I think that's totally fine. I think staff are probably trying to get a little too granular in terms of trying to, think through every potential possibility and try to make that clear. But I think probably the information that sounds like we really want is, what is the amount of time it takes to do the universal screening, and provide us with information about that, and any other components of it, not as important as just sort of that base question.
Okay, so my suggestion, let's go with that kind of the original intent. We're trying to get at the time, and we'll not use those related to the rounds. Okay,
And
yes.
just to
Member Wilson.
clarify, like, I was making up my interpretation of rounds. I have never heard rounds used either. So just to be clear, I was just like trying to make sense of it.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay, we're gonna flip the page.
Member O'Brien?
So are we saying we're deleting 6B?
Right, so we will not have, so suggestion was, right, that information was gonna be presented in a table, and that, as one column, but that will be deleted if we were to go with a table idea. Right, so that
Yes, and
round
the
information will be
table
deleted.
will just indicate the time that it would take for the universal screening.
Administration.
Okay,
Yep.
yes, I agree.
Yep.
One more question. Would the panel be interested in information? There are some, I guess if depending on whether or not the instruments have to be administered one-on-one or as a large group. I think perhaps, sorry, I'm thinking as I'm going through, I was thinking, do we want to know whether that time, the time for administration can all happen concurrently, or if it is spread out? But I think that is answered by the mode of the assessment. So if it's more of a one-on-one, it's harder to administer all at the same time. Because if you think about it, having a whole classroom do a 20-minute screener at the same time, it's 20 minutes. But if you have to pull kids one-on-one from a class, it takes more time than that. But I think we can get at that with the mode of instruction. And then
so I think that information is reported, right? If we have a table by grade and by task, right? So when we have it, we'll have grouping, right? So for kindergartner, right, grouping could differ by task, right? As well. So if we create a table, I think we'll have all that information, because we're gonna ask them to provide the grouping information, construct information, administration time information, and other pieces. Does that answer your question? And that's what I heard from suggestions. Member Wilson?
So yes, and that's how we envisioned it, was the grouping, the domains, the time, but maybe also there could be a final row in the table that says total time per student. Because if part of it is one-on-one and part of it is whole group, those need to be added together. So it might be nice to have a row that says total time per student or something like that.
Total time per student is a little tricky because then if you have a whole entire class administration, will you divide it up by the number of students? Or would you include that?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about how long is the student being tested is what I was thinking of. So like if they have to do, I'm going to make something up and it's not probably going to make sense, but let's say the phonemic awareness component has to be one-on-one, but the comprehension is whole group. And one takes 8 minutes and one takes 7 minutes, then the total time for a student to be tested would be 15. That's all I meant. So maybe that's not necessary. But it's the whole battery. Like how much did it take for the whole battery?
Member Neeson?
But that brings me to a wondering because of what Jessica mentioned, the fact that if you now have 25 students, you have to give 8 minutes to each, and then an additional 7 minutes for that comprehension. So your assessment battery isn't necessarily per student, is it by teacher? Like, how are we measuring this? Because a school is gonna need to know, like, if a teacher is gonna be pulled from their class for 2 full days, that's a cost to the district that needs to be considered when you're thinking about that administration piece. When it's just, like, if it's the whole class and it only takes 20 minutes to administer the assessment to 25 students, that's very different than a 25 minutes for a student in a class of 25 where they all have to be one-on-one or small group.
If I may just point out, the question in the non-table format allows the applicant to, it says, please specify time per unit, i.e. per student per group. So that would, the way it's written here in 6A is what I'm referencing. That would potentially give more flexibility of a response, but might not make it cross comparable in the way that a table might.
Vice Chair Guerrero?
Were you before me? I don't- Okay. Thanks. Just a quick question, but most publishers give you a suggested time. I mean, that's basically what they're going to include on there is what they think the assessment will take. The reality is in the implementation, and then that's when you would go up to teachers and ask them how long it really took them. But every screener or every reading assessment that I've done, it's always says suggested time, whether it's standardized or not standardized. So we're going to get a time. We're going to get a time of what they think based on whatever formula they used. And so I mean, that's what they're going to give us, and that's what they're going to give to the teachers or the districts. So we can continue talking about it, but they're going to give us what they already have published.
Thank you. Member Gravelin?
I just think it's important to remember, it's nice to have generalities in terms of time. Is this a 10-minute full class, format or 30-minute individual? But in terms of the nitty-gritty details of this, I think that that's of the onus of the school districts when they're selecting from the approved list, and not necessarily the amount of detail that would benefit us in our role, especially because the time administration is not part of our evaluation criteria.
So if I may summarize, I believe where we've landed is that for questions 5 through 8, we're gonna construct a table by grade level. And I think the columns are going to include the mode of administration, the average administration time, where scoring is completed, so local versus elsewhere. And I think that's it. Did I miss one?
Grouping and constructs. So we're calling constructs in the review elements in the evaluation rubric document. So we'll call it constructs to be consistent instead of domains.
Groupings and constructs. Okay, so five columns. Okay. Okay.
That's per grade.
So then that moves us to page 3. And we captured a few changes related to 9, question 9, training to professional development, et cetera. We'll summarize again the feedback later. Is there anything that panelists heard from the other group that they wanted to discuss related to either that change, addition of LMS integration, cutting of item number 11? Those are some, I'm just trying to remind you of some of the things we reviewed.
Member Martinez.
Sorry, I was trying to catch you before you moved on. In response to the time isn't part of our evaluation, I thought it was. I thought brevity of the assessment was something we had to take into consideration. And so I guess I would again recommend that we have like one final row where they just give us an overall estimate of the time so that you can get a sense of the overall, because we're now asking in the table for the specific constructs and the time it takes for those and the administration, and there may be some, anyways, I feel like it's part of our duty to help to evaluate and help the LEAs evaluate the administration time.
There is an element in the rubric that speaks to time. Do you want to point to it where they could?
I believe it's 1B2. You can look at it on page 6 of the submission form.
Yeah.
So I think that's important clarification too, whether the cover sheet serves one purpose, but the submission form to evaluate.
So, I mean, if we're fine by saying just the time per construct, or construct, I think is what we're saying, and grade level, that's fine, but I do want us to, I guess, be cognizant of that.
What I hear, if I summarize, we could actually, I think member Colleen McGravelin also mentioned, what if we ask them to provide total individual assessment time, total group administration time, so that we have a sense? Would that work? And then I have a quick piece about the professional development suggestion. The change of wording from training to professional development. I wonder how professional development will be interpreted. In the field, professional development is used slightly differently from training. It's more inclusive. Training is a part of professional development. Professional development is long-term, really education, right? Including mentoring, learning experiences. But this one, what I'm thinking, when this is about assessment, how to administer assessment, how to interpret all this is really training in my mind. So when the vendor reads or hears professional development, they might think that they have to prepare a whole package related to professional development for teachers. Just a thought.
I saw both O'Brien and Neeson.
I see, oh, let's go with member O'Brien and then member Neeson.
Well, the reason we suggested the change is because in the rubric, if you go to 3E, it calls for the extent to which the screening instrument offers useful guidance, resources, and professional development for administration, interpretation, etc. So we were trying to be consistent with the language of the rubric.
Yep, that's great. I appreciate it. If that's the case, I actually suggest that we change this whole question 9 in line with that language in the rubric, because right now, as I read, 9 is about administrating instruments, right? So specifically, its current wording is that, and then to me, that's different than what's how professional development is used in the rubric or review elements. That's just my reading. Member Wilson.
I had a similar reaction as Chair Kim to the change in wording, because for me, I feel like 9A and B are really about straight up training to administer. The rubric 3E is broader because it's also about interpretation and next steps kind of thing. So I guess it depends on what we want to ask on the cover sheet. But on the cover sheet, how much training does the vendor provide and at what cost to just get up and running is what I saw this being about. So for me, training seemed like the right word. But it really depends on what do we want to find out in a cover sheet versus once we dig in.
Exactly. Okay, Member Nissen.
So along those lines, I think what we were talking about is it's expected that there is professional development around administration. I understand what you mean when you're saying professional development is long-term, et cetera. However, when you look at the rubric, it says professional development for the administration. So that's where we were coming with that language and trying to have consistency. It does also say in the rubric, training for those administering the instrument, but I think we need to consider carefully if we say if you offer training, because it shouldn't be an if, it's a when you offer. So I think for us, we were trying to talk about the idea that there has to be something attached, whether you call it professional development or training. And whether or not it's in the cover sheet is really contingent on how deep we get into it with the rubric, at least in my opinion. So perhaps it's something that's not even necessary because they should be describing it in the evidence in the submission. So I would say maybe that should even be removed potentially, but I'd like to offer that up for discussion.
Any thoughts? Member Martinez?
I guess I like the acknowledgement of this expectation that, of course, there's got to be training, right? So rather than asking, is training required, but what training is required? I guess I could go either way, whether it goes with training or professional development. Again, it gets at what do we want here? What's the level of detail we want here? And it seems to me in this cover sheet, what we want to really know is what is essential for them to be able to administer this, this assessment. So whether we call that professional development or whether we call it training, we just want to be clear to them about what it is we're asking for and that we expect it.
Vice Chair Guerrero?
Okay, first of all, I like the idea of keeping it with professional development just because it makes it even across the board, and that's what the language is. But the other thing is, one of the things that Member Neeson brought up is basically just maybe, you said maybe removing 9A and 9B? Because it's mentioned in the rubric, I believe, doesn't it, and under communication and resources about the training and professional development there. So would that be an area where they would, because I would like to know what they think, what they offer to the districts. I mean, I know it's at a cost, nothing is free, but just curious about how they do a system of, they train trainers, then the trainers come back to the LEAs and then train the staff? Or is it a summer training where the district has to invest and only through consultants from the company could we be trained? And also what's the follow-up to this training? Because it's a screener, but it's also what do we do with this information throughout the year? But I believe I have to find out the rubric, it's addressed in the rubric.
It is addressed in the rubric. So I have a quick question then. What I'm hearing is, do we want to ask this question in the cover sheet or not? If we do, then let's think about, some details, but let's think about whether we do want this or not. Member Neeson, is that in response to that?
Yes and no, it's more in response to what Member Guerrero just said.
Okay.
I agree, actually, that we would like to see that information in some context. So perhaps it could say, briefly describe your professional development and or training model. That could be just simply put that way, but that could be the offering.
I moved us back to the slide with the intention of the cover sheet in case that helps in response to the question of whether this belongs on the cover sheet or not.
So collect information from applicants' background information, right? And collect information for panel to, so that the panel can use to create information sheet draft. With that in mind, information about training and PD here, would that be useful? No strong preference? Silence means no strong preference. Member Wilson?
I think again, I don't really care either way if it's professional development or training, but I think knowing who may administer it, does it require certificated? Could it be a support staff? Could it be a parent, a family member? You know, who might administer it and what kind of training for those people and how much time does that training take just to get up and running? Because the rubric, we're going to go deep on the professional development. What do you do for next steps? I mean, we have several questions or items on the rubric about that, but I think just to get up and running, I think it would be worthwhile to just very succinctly, these are the people that can administer it. There is, 2 hours of training, there's 20 minutes of training, there's a video of training. I think that would be helpful just to know in a snapshot, but I always like snapshots before I go deep on something. So it's definitely a personal preference.
Thank you. Any additional thoughts, other thoughts? I heard this information is helpful in the coverage. Member Brian,
Well, if we go by this list, looking at the first 3 bullets, or I don't think we need it because it talks about background information that will not be evaluated using the rubric.
Member Odegaard?
It might help to
Space.
also realize that the bullets are all inclusive, right? Not creating a selective this, and this. So you could say that bullet 1 around providing a summary of key information, that it could apply there. You could
Yeah,
also say that it applies in the final bullet, that this might be useful for the future cover sheet. But clearly bullets 2 and 3, not so much because it is directly on the rubric.
I thought this might come up later, but since it thematically fits here, it might be helpful from a fairness standpoint, especially since the SBE did strike some stuff that wasn't supposed to be statutory on the rubric. We might want to have a wall placed, and if we are getting additional information, that should probably not pass through to us as a panel, because it shouldn't sway or be part of our knowledge about them if we're not supposed to actually put it on the rubric to use. Because the SBE has already highlighted how they struck off things that weren't supposed to be there. Hence why when we got a tiptoe towards some of that information, we said, should it even be on here in the first place? It can be if we have a clearly transparent process that says that the asterisk items we're collecting because we need them in case you're selected, and we wouldn't share that with the panel for this round of review. That's just a question and a pondering from a fairness standpoint and trying to potentially forestall any stark criticisms and questions that we might get in November.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Guerrero.
Because keep it, I like briefly described your PD or training model, and that's it. See what they say.
Could you say it one more time, a little slower into the?
Sorry, I say we just keep it, combine 9A, 9B, and just say briefly describe your professional development or training model, whatever word we want to use, and see what they say. And that kind of covers everything, and then they'll go more in depth in the rubric.
That's one model, but I think I heard some another suggestion that's slightly different.
I just think that the who administers matters. And so in a snapshot, I would like to know who administers. And I was looking at the rubric and it could be mentioned in those evidence statements, but it's not just directly asked. Who may administer this tool? I think that for
Okay.
me, so it could be combined with the more general question. I just, I think that matters to people. Does it have to be a certificated teacher or are there other, I think that matters.
So here's what I hear. So let's have overarching question about training PD. Start off with that and then get this one and then we put training /PD. Any thoughts or reactions to that suggestion?
We'll bring it cleaned up in item
Repeat it?
5 for everyone
Okay,
to look at.
so well, let me repeat. So what I heard is from Vice Chair Guerrero, right? We wanted to have some idea about the PD or training. So briefly describe your PD model or training plan. Then keep the current one, right? The current 9A, 9B, but instead of replacing training with PD, we put training / PD. Nope. All right. Who had hand up? Member Martinez?
Sorry, I was gonna second, Member Wilson's suggestion. I think the short, concise, like, here's some essential pieces that, will serve us. It's for this last point, the summary sheet too. And so I do think it's important to have that information. I think the broader professional development piece, we can add that into. I'm not opposed to it, but I hope, or we ask, like, specifically those questions: who may administer it, how much time it takes for their training, and whatever the third piece was, is for me essential information.
All right, so what I hear is this. Keep the current version, right? That it has a specific, we are asking very specific information. Regarding wording, training, PD, we can slash it. I don't think we are really, those are really critical. Now, what I'm hearing is keep the current version versus now ask for overarching PD piece. Any strong thoughts?
I think we're almost there.
Yes, so I need to hear, because these are two different thoughts. Vice Chair Guerrero?
I know you're resisting. Okay, so, okay, so what I'm understanding is on the table, because at this point I'm completely confused. We have 9A, 9B. From 9A, we like who may administer the instrument. Then the second part of 9A is training required or PD required to administer the instrument? And if so, what type of training is available for the instrument administrators? 9B says, what is the average amount of training time required for those that administer the instrument? So I think for 9A, we keep that question. Who may administer the instrument? Because that seems to be important, okay, for people and for us, okay? So my whole thing about the training, though, that can be combined. The second half of 9A and 9B can be combined to say, what is the training required to administer the instrument? And what is the amount of time required for these trainings? And then would that cover everybody's other questions that we have, or the information that we need?
Yeah, I was fine without, I think you guys, your group suggested striking out is training required. I thought that was fine. I just didn't want to change it to a broader, describe your professional development, because they still may not ever tell us who can administer. So I just want to keep in the who may administer very directly. I'm all about direct questions.
Yeah, no, that first question is very direct. So we can also make the second part just very direct. Is what is the training required and how much time is required? And then who from the, you can even ask who would provide the training?
So I think what we've heard is like, oop. I was just gonna say that.
No, that was the more generalized version. So
Who may administer?
that's 9A. A new 9B would be, what type of PD or train, do we just decide training or PD? Well, anyway, what type of training / PD is available for those that administer the instrument, and then what is the average amount of time required?
Pretty much, yep. I'm good.
Okay. Let's move on. As we move into the the next section, there was a suggestion that number 11 is cut. Any significant issues with that? Okay. There was some feedback around defining the per unit, right? Specifying what that looks like one time per student, per teacher, and also some bulk purchasing options. Any concerns related to those?
Member Wilson? It wasn't a concern, but on 10, there was something about LMS integration. I don't know if you skipped that or if I just didn't hear it.
Yeah. That one was a done deal in my mind, sorry. Okay. All right. I think we've made it to the end of the screening or of the cover sheet. So in terms of the overall question, we'll have you ponder this, or actually, no, you already did in your study session. Was there any feedback from either group related to this overall question about the complete ITS packet? So the pieces together being the invitation to submit document, the submission form, and the cover sheet. So that package in its completeness, will that give applicants sufficient means to convey how their instruments meet the needs of California's students? Anything related to that come up in the small groups?
We did not have any feedback about that question.
Thank you. So what we would suggest is to give staff some time to compile everything, maybe a longer than usual break. Oh, let me see. Yes. Look at that.
All right, so we'll open for the phone line for public comments. So members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the telephone number and using the codes provided on the slide that is shown now. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
There are none.
Thank you. Is there anyone waiting to provide public comment on the phone line?
There are none.
So excited.
Thank you. So thank you all so much. So this concludes this information session. So we need a short break for you to compile. Is that right?
Yeah, I think we probably need a minimum of 15 minutes.
All right, so I'm looking at the time. It is now 3:27. Let's reconvene at, was that 3:43?
Let's check in.
Chair Kim,
Yes.
we just had one caller pop up.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, one moment.
Go ahead.
Caller with the last three digits, 493. You may begin.
Yes, hi, this is Shelley Spiegel-Coleman from Californians Together. First of all, I want to thank you for all the hard work you're doing and for how critical each of the points you're making. I appreciate listening to the conversation. I do want to make a couple of points about both your sessions, session 1 and session 2. In session 1, I think it really is important on the document to be able to have a line saying in what language this instrument is being submitted. And I think it's important to have that. And then also, I think also it's important for the reviewers to know that will all of the elements that you're using to review the documents pertain to a primary language assessment in another language? That's not clear, because there's only one element that says something about the accuracy of the language itself. But I think we want to make it clear that any instrument in a language other than English needs to be reviewed for all the elements that are on that document. And then the other piece is, I think we need to know if the reviewer needs to be proficient in the language of that document, and what will we be doing when languages come in for which the panel doesn't speak or have fluency and proficiency. I think that's an important consideration. And then the other piece is,
Your
if
time is
districts
up.
choose to-
Thank you.
Is there any more time on this?
Okay, time is up. Thank you.
All right, we appreciate the public comments. So we'll pause for a break. I see 3:30. We'll check in at 3:45. Thank you. All right, welcome back. Now let's move on to item 5, which is the approval of invitation to submit package. And we're anticipating taking action on the invitation to submit, cover sheet, and submission form as part of this item. These documents are the addenda to this item. Based off of our conversations and work today, it is my understanding that staff have prepared some draft amendments to the invitation to submit package document for our consideration. And Ms. Jennifer Jaffe from Wested, again, will serve as our presenter and facilitator for this item. So whenever you're ready,
Thank you.
go ahead.
I think we just have one technical thing to check.
Okay.
Okay. We are perhaps presenting 2 slides at one time, but we'll do our best to keep ourselves focused. So staff pulled together the recommendations that we believe we heard. We will put those in front of you on slides for your review and your discussion. So the staff recommendation is to approve the invitation to submit package with the changes on slides 3 through 13. Starting here on slide 13, we're looking at the invitation to submit document. The first change is on page 4. On page 4, under the section submission form, we are adding a new sentence before the submission form must, that reads, any supporting evidentiary materials should be included on the submission form. If you're going to take a look at that section. Then further down, pages 5 and 6, where it currently reads, the title of table 1 currently reads as schedule of events. We are including the word proposed in front of schedule of events. The wording does already exist in the document, saying that the schedule shown is tentative and subject to change. So leaving that language as is, but adding the word proposed to the title in 2 places, one on page 5 in the paragraph under scheduled events and one on page 6 at the top of the table. So okay to proceed. Okay. Maybe. Also on page 6, under the section evaluation process, in the second paragraph, making the following edit based solely on the responses, adding the wording and supporting evidentiary materials, striking the word and evidence. Also in that same section, in the second paragraph, striking the second sentence altogether. it was recommended that we add a link to the Ed Code section 53008 in this section. That there is a link directly in the background section, but we are recommending that we add, rather than adding it also in evaluation, that we add Appendix G with the full content of the Ed Code section, so that that can be referenced throughout the document as needed. Any questions or concerns? Okay, moving forward. This is the submission form. So moving away from the, actually, perhaps I should pause. Was there anything further in the invitation to submit document that we missed or that folks wanted to adjust? Okay, we'll move to the submission form, which is the current slide that's showing. On page 1, we will align the content, order, and format of the requested information between the submission form and the cover sheet to make sure those are in the same order. On page 1, we'll also make the following edit to strike the reference to appendices, if any, and instead request that they list the supporting evidentiary materials. Also on page 1, under number 1, we added a few things. We added A, provide strongest evidence first for each statement. Under B, we would add use clear and concise language. And then we would move the third sentence to C and make the following edits. If it is necessary to strike append, include additional information relevant to a response, then your response should clearly reference supporting evidentiary materials. Supporting evidentiary materials should be clearly labeled according to the numbering system within the submission form. And so we can see that references the same numbering form as the submission form based on the rubric. And it strikes references to the words document and appendices. Also, on the submission form, we are recommending that you direct staff provide samples of the types of supporting evidentiary materials that could be provided for each evidence statement as applicable. And that we move instructions for providing panelist access to the screening instruments from the end of the cover sheet onto the submission form. This is one that we picked up. So if you look at the very back sheet, of your submission form, of your cover sheet, page, they're not numbered. 4, yes, they are numbered on the top. It says on the cover sheet, staff will insert instructions here for providing panelists with access to screening instruments. We discussed that as part of the submission packet, the submission form, as opposed to this cover sheet. So we're suggesting strike it off of here and include anything related to accessing how you all would access the screening instruments. Keep that on the submission form instead. Anything else on the submission form that we want to include? Chair Kim, would you like me to call folks? Would you like me to reference?
Member Wilson? Will you go back a couple slides to the page 1 where so is supporting evidentiary materials the same as review materials included in submission? Because that is what our group talked about, is having them provide a bulleted list of what review materials they are including in the submission. Is supporting evidentiary materials the same thing? Let me just say what I envisioned. I envisioned it would, they would say, review materials included in submission. We gave you a administration guide where we gave you a login to the website. We gave you like just a bulleted list of what each panelist should receive in order to review the submission. So I'm not sure supporting evidentiary materials says that to me. So that's a question.
Member Neeson?
I guess I didn't understand your meaning of review materials. I thought it was referring to materials attached to the submission. I didn't realize that it was because my understanding is anything attached to this submission form are things that we should be evaluating as part of the rubric. So they should be the supporting evidentiary materials and aligned to the different elements of the rubric. So maybe I am misunderstanding what you meant by that. And is there a possibility to combine those maybe?
So, and in response, I think what our thinking was trying to stay consistent in the language, that any additional materials or support materials, that all would count as the supporting evidentiary materials. And we know the idea that there are some that may be optional and some that we definitely want to have included. So I think the intention here would be that we don't necessarily want them to list in multiple places, right? So trying to figure out, here's the complete list of what we would find as referenced by, where's the other page? Item C. This would indicate how and where we wanted those listed. I'm turning to Matt just to see if I need any further clarification. That was our intention, I think.
Member Martinez.
Yeah, I think in our discussion, and I think what's getting lost is our expectation about what is required and then what they also may want to include to support. And I feel like we should be clear about what is required in order for us to evaluate. And so we had started to list out some of the things, right? And then, but if we want to include all of this as the supporting materials, I think we still need to say, this is required. You may have additional, but I think those two pieces, they're different and they're important to clarify.
Yeah, hold on just 1 second, if you will, because I thought that we had the required.
We have to work in that hall.
So I think we had 4 items bulleted out, and so determining which was the required and which were the not required might be the tricky piece here.
Yes, so the one thing I think is a document that is clearly what a document that could be considered a required material was direct access to the screening instrument, including the assessment items, right? That's a requirement. The question begged is whether that comes anyway through the rubric or the rubric things. So that's one piece. But then secondly, the next one was assessment protocols, which is also described in 1B2 of the rubric. And then the other ones were any supporting evidentiary materials and then the list of those materials. So those, I wouldn't call those the latter two required materials either. So it's just clarifying what we mean by that. And so that's why we left it out for now, but we can add them for sure if you can be very specific around what the required materials in addition to the submission form are. And the things that they might reference in response to them.
Member Wilson.
So the only experience I have with this type of a process is instructional materials. And typically they would give you, the vendors would give you a list. Here are the 4 things we are giving you. So it's like that cheat sheet of here's when you're unpacking your box, you're going to get this guide. you're gonna get this piece of paper that gives you an access code, you're gonna get, so you're looking for the three things. So I think we were thinking direct online access or hard copy access to the tool, whichever version. Some of the, we did say any supporting evidentiary materials noted in the evidence. So that could, I think what you're saying is that would encompass all the other things we said, which was assessment protocols, assessment items. And, but we did say list of and applicant guided tour of the materials. So I don't know where that would be. So that may need to be there, which was, I think, one of your questions. So maybe it's direct online access or hard copy of the tool, list of any applicant guided, list of and applicant guided tour of materials and any supporting evidentiary materials noted in the evidence. Those were our three, were probably the three things that we had. That was whatever group we were, A or whatever.
Which section were you just reading from?
My notes. So
Let me repeat this question. Where would you imagine inserting it? 'Cause
At the, so we imagined at the top of the submission form where it says organization, screening instrument title, then right under that, it would be another heading that says review materials included in submission, and then it would be those things that we just said. What's required and what's not required. That's how we envisioned it. Just above the instructions header.
Yeah. So the computer here won't allow us to make the changes, so Jess is gonna run back and make the changes for us while we continue, so let's she will walk back and make those changes, but let's make sure that, let's try to make it as easy or as clear as we can. So the idea of the header reading supporting evidentiary materials, is the panel's preference that says review materials?
I could go either way. I just want it to be clear to the people that are submitting. Would, you know, what we want to know is what are they giving us to review their materials?
Okay,
so I think that's where you need to clarify what you want from them to be. So this is a little bit, in my experience, both submitting to and being part of the assessment development community, but we're used to writing in more technical report language and providing evidence that way. So you have to remember that some of these, whereas instructional materials aren't always proprietary or secure materials, assessments are. And so it's a little bit different than just kind of giving you a whole bunch of materials, right? So and some of them might be computer adaptive. So they have a bank of 3,000 items. Do you want to see all 3,000 items? I think this is where you might need to be very specific about what it is that you want. And then list those explicitly. That's different from what they might submit to you in response as strong evidence or good supplementary evidence in response to the rubric criteria. Does that help? I think that's why we were a little, and also I should say one more thing, when we moved the last page 4 of the cover sheet onto this, that's where we were thinking they would give you the instructions to how to access any of the instrument components that they can share with you.
So the discussion that our group had was, yes, we don't need all 3,000 items, but we do want to be able, if it's an online platform, we want to see what does the interface look like for both a teacher and a student, and kind of how does it function, the functionality piece of it. So that's where direct online access or hard copy of the tool was one of the requirements. Now, that doesn't mean full access, but it does mean, can we see how it functions from a user perspective? So I don't know if the header, instead of supporting evidentiary materials would say review materials included in submission, and then the first bullet is direct online access or hard copy, parens required. And then the second bullet, any supporting evidentiary materials noted in the evidence could be the second bullet. Those could be the two things, and it would probably cover everything.
Okay, so what I've done, and I'm just going to show you what's currently on this computer, and then I'll describe how I'm going to make it different. Okay, so above this bullet right here, I was planning on adding a bullet that says, indicate that applicants must provide the following evidence: direct online access or hard copy of the instrument, and other supporting evidentiary materials. And just not specifying where that is at this moment in time, but basically you're directing us to somewhere in the submission form, indicate that there are required materials that have to be provided. And those include the direct online access or the hard copy and the other supporting evidentiary materials.
Not other, any.
And
Any supporting evidentiary materials that they note in the evidence. So if they're calling out something in their evidence, we need to be able to easily see it.
So let me read that one more time. So direct staff to indicate that applicants must provide the following evidence: direct online access or hard copy of the instrument, and any supporting evidentiary materials that are noted on the submission form. Okay, we'll continue to go through on this, and then what we'll do is, once, if there are any other changes, I'll add them to this version, and then we'll switch out the copies.
Thank you. Any other comments related to submission form? Okay. Yes, Member Odegaard.
There was agreement between Group A and Group B on the point that we just were on. We wanted to execute it differently, and you've got notes that says assign the study group to find possible evidences. I don't know if we want to.
Oh, I think.
Yeah. I mean, what we just did covers that. And so do we need to still direct the study group to find more of that, or?
Well, we were asking them to identify suggested additional materials that align to those. So for example, in the part where they talk about professional development and training, an idea might be suggested, and that's, I think, what you're referring to.
Exactly.
We still would want that because we want to have underneath those rubric elements, here are the types of documents that could support this evidence.
Yes, and that wouldn't go away in place of this, correct? So this would be an added bullet. I think she said between the top one, which is what you're referencing, this would then be a second additional bullet of staff, of things you want staff to do.
It would be my understanding, but basically those align the intentionality into something that's more seamlessly put together. Clear communication up front on page one. Here's what's required. And then when they get to those components, here's something that you might want to consider giving us to make your life easier in the long run, because we want evidence.
Yep.
Cool.
Yes. Thank you for the clarification. Okay, now taking a look at the cover sheet document. On page one, again, aligning the content order and format between the submission form and the cover sheet. Amending item number 2 to read, in which languages the instrument available, striking out the current question, amending it to say that. For number 3A, amending it to read, is the instrument electronic or hard copy? Adding in a 3B that says, list the technology necessary to administer the instrument, including the checkbox options that already exist and making tablet its own separate option. And I'll move forward just so that we can capture C. Make 3B into 3C, and strike the first portion of that sentence if other technology is selected above. I'm going to click back to the prior slide though, just because the bulk of it is there.
Member Nissen?
I have a clarification because I think there's a difference between electronic and digital. So when we had discussed it in our group, we talked about, does your tool require a digital component? The other group said hard copy or electronic. And this might be a little bit of a nitpicky point, but I think we need to consider the difference between those two terms, only because electronic could mean just about anything. Like, am I recording? That requires electronics, but digital includes this idea that it has to be sort of a computer or app-based kind of interface. So I would like to amend that to read, is the instrument digital or hard copy as opposed to electronic, if there's no objection.
I see nodding from the panel, so we'll go ahead and make that change. I see Member Grasso's hand.
Member Grasso?
And yeah, just for that, just to clarify, it would say digital, hard copy, or both, or something along those, where they could choose, like if it's both, we should make it so they could choose both.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and move forward to the next slide so that you can also see the changes to 3C. Okay. So the second bullet there is to combine questions 4 through 8B into a table organized by grade level that includes columns for administration grouping, average administration time in minutes, whether the scoring is done at the local level or by another entity, and which constructs, those from the rubric, are included.
It's great. I suggest that changing the order constructs after the grouping or grouping so the order piece. Other than that, they're all there.
Okay, so we probably don't have to change it in the bullet, but so that we know what you want, you would like the column first to be the administration grouping, then to be the constructs, then to be.
Actually, I'm just thinking out loud here. Maybe constructs first, right? Constructs first and then grouping, because depending on the construct, grouping might differ.
I see Member Martinez. Martinez?
Yeah. Member Martinez?
I think Chair Kim had another recommendation that's not been captured, which is the overall individual administration time and the overall group administration time.
Thank you. So that one we will need to amend to include average individual administration time and average group administration time.
So it would be average total, right? Okay.
And then amending number 9A to read who, strike is expected to, may administer the instrument. There's a few more on this one, so I can move to the next slide. Amend 9B to read what type of training / professional development is available for those who administer the instrument. Add AC, sorry, I apologize, 9C. What is the average amount of training / professional development time required for those who administer the instrument? And something that staff added There's a header called information about training tools and supports. We're suggesting that these questions should live under that header as opposed to the prior header where it currently is. Any comments related to 9A through 9C? Okay, we will move on to number 10, making the following edits. Please briefly describe which user interfaces, comma, data management systems, adding in, comma, and or learning management integration are available, ... Keeping the rest of the sentence the same. Should it be plural, learning management systems? Some question marks.
Is it learning management system?
Yes.
Oh, yes. That's what it was. Yep, thanks.
Cutting out number 11 altogether, removing it. And then for 12B, adding describe the basic pricing plan / pricing structure for professional development. Provide information on what is included in the published instrument as well as what is not included but required for implementation.
Member Wilson? I'm not sure if we need the second part of that for the pricing plan on professional development. Either that or I'm just too tired, but do we need that second sentence? Does that apply to the basic pricing plan structure for professional development? What is included in the, maybe what is included in the purchase of the instrument and what's not included, but doesn't make sense to say what's included in the published instrument to me.
If we could clarify, sorry, that was an accidental copy.
Oh, okay.
It didn't belong there. So
Okay.
You are very with it. at this
Okay,
time,
good.
and
I
we're
wasn't
not.
sure, but I was like, oh, that seems weird.
As soon as you started saying that.
So just let me clarify. So the only addition is that first sentence, correct? Yes. Okay, next slide. So amend 13A to request that the applicant define the unit. Ignore the next two. That's a copy and paste error from the next slide or from the last slide. And 13C, add, please provide information about pricing for bulk instrument purchasing. And the last bullet was what we've been referencing about moving that statement about providing panelists access to the screening instruments off of the cover sheet and onto the submission form. Any comments? So that brings us to panel discussion. Do the staff recommended changes capture the panel feedback from item 4? And Jess will load up the proper version. You're more than welcome to engage in discussion or thoughts as we switch this across.
Any clarifying questions or discussion points? If you don't see, we'll wait until it's loaded up.
Chair Kim, with your permission, I'll go over the changes that were made just to make sure everyone's very clear on the corrections that we made to the slides and the recommendation. So staff is recommending to approve the invitation to submit package with the changes on slides 3 through 12 as opposed to 3 through 13. We were able to condense it a little bit. The main changes from the slides that Jen went over with you are on slide 7. We added this bullet right here that directs staff to indicate that applicants must provide the following evidence, as we discussed. Slide 8, we made changes to this bullet. Is the instrument digital, hard copy, or both? On slide 9, we made changes to this bullet on the table that combines numbers 4 through 8B. I did put them in the order, Chair Kim, that you requested. So includes columns for which constructs are included, administration grouping, average total administration time in minutes by individual and group, and whether scoring is done at the local level or by another entity. Additionally, we made corrections to slide 11. We fixed number 12B to just say, describe the basic pricing plan, pricing structure for professional development. We took out the copied bullets, and then we moved these bullets onto the same slide as 13A. So I don't know if there's any panel feedback on whether or not staff recommended changes have been captured or if there are any additional.
One quick piece about the scoring method is that in the current version of the original version, we have the scoring entity and method, whether it's done manually or automatically. So the current version, the revised version, has only entity piece. Just wanted to point that out. So if we want to ask them to include information whether the scoring is done automatically or manually, we can add that information in that column so that they can provide that information as well. Right there. So the last piece, whether scoring is done at the local level or by another entity, and the scoring method, whether manual or automatic scoring or some other method.
I see, Chair, Member Wilson.
Member Wilson?
I think our group discussed that that might make sense to be in the table because it might vary by which construct, how it's scored. So yes, that should be part of the table. That was question, it used to be
7.
7, yeah. Oh, it's there. Isn't it right there?
I think that could be like.
Oh, it's not calculated manually or automatically.
So would we want to add that as, are you suggesting that we add that as an additional column, or that within the scoring column, we have locality and method?
Yep. So within the scoring column, identifies scoring entity and whether the scoring is done automatically or manual. That would be my preference.
Any additional changes? Okay. So I think that will bring us to public comment.
All right, thank you. So members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the telephone number by using the access code provided on the slide that's shown now. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
There are none.
Is there anyone waiting to provide public comment on the phone line?
There is one. Heather
Hi.
Murphy, you may begin.
Thank you. I'm Heather Murphy from UCSF Alba Lab. And I just wanted to ask if publishers can assume that the people administering the screening instrument will have access to students' LPAC scores or information at the time of screening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It was a bit hard to hear, but we saw, at least I have the caption. So I looked at caption just in case, if anyone missed it. All right, panel members, is there any further discussion? All right, do I have a motion?
Chair Kim?
Yes.
So I am, because I can't change the slide right here, and we did have one change. May I make a recommendation for the motion?
Please.
So whoever makes the motion, if in fact someone is willing to do so, would be able to just read this slide, approve the invitation to submit package with the changes on slides 3 through 12, but would add, in addition, including the manual or automatic calculation of scores to the table in the cover sheet.
Thank you. So the motion is read, approve the invitation to submit changes in slide, in addition, adding the scoring method manual versus automatic. Do we have a motion? Member Nissen?
I, Jessica Neeson, move to approve the invitation to submit package with the changes on slides 3 through 12, and including adding the method of scoring, whether manual or automatic, to the table in item 4 through 8.
Thank you. I have a motion by panel member Neeson. Do I have a second?
Yeah, second.
We have multiple seconds by member Grosso, vice chair, and member Wilson as well. So we have a second. Now, before we vote, is there any further discussion? All right, Ms. Holmes, would you please call the roll?
All right. Chair Kim,
Yes.
Vice Chair Guerrero,
Yes.
Member Gravlin,
Yes.
Member Wilson,
Yes.
Member O'Brien,
Yes.
Member Grosso,
Yes.
Member Neeson,
Yes.
Member Odegaard,
Yes.
Member Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, everyone. Motion carries. Congratulations. Thanks for your hard work. Now I would like to take up agenda item 6, which is general public comment. Public comment is invited on any matter not included in the printed agenda. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so in person or by calling the number shown on the public comment slide. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
There are none.
Is there anyone waiting to provide public comment on the phone line?
There are none.
All right. I hereby, let me see, I think there's none, right? No other hands? All right. I hereby adjourn our June 6, 2024 Reading Difficulties Risk Screener Selection Panel meeting at 4:40 p.m. Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks for your hard work today. And staff, everyone. Thanks.